food's on the table, kids stay in school, and lives are put back on track.
The agency has been utilizing a monitoring system that allows them to track predatory corporate behavior. Juliet Papa, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
1010 Wins has reached out to the apps for comment. Major efforts in the Bronx to help keep kids warm in this brutal weather.
The impact educators have goes beyond the classroom.
It's very cold outside, so this will really help me to stay really warm.
11-year-old Youssef is over the moon to be one of 600 kids at PS's 294 and 311 getting a new coat. District 9 Superintendent Harry Sherman.
When they're not worried about whether or not they're going to be warm on the walk home, whether or not their bellies are full, then they're going to do a better job.
And it's about more than just getting a coat, says Jessica Quinones with New York Cares.
We want them to have fun. We want to present the coats to them and have them have a really fun experience. They get to try them on. They get to look in the mirror. They get to see how it fits.
Mac Rosenberg's 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
We teamed up with the Yankees to distribute the winter wear, and there's still time to donate. New York Cares collecting coats through the end of next month. Amid reports that firefighting volunteerism has reached the lowest rate in 40 years, fire officials on Long Island say a new law needs to be passed to allow volunteer districts to pay their firefighters.
David Deniston of the Association of Fire Districts says it's now become a crisis. People working 2 or 3 jobs to afford to live on Long Island, and they cannot be volunteers with their local fire departments.
We can no longer guarantee that a fire truck will arrive as quickly as the public expects or deserves when someone in our community dials 911.
They are looking for a new law allowing nominal pay for volunteers,
so that they don't have to go get that second job.
The proposal would not raise taxes. Instead, they plan to use state grants to pay people. Sophia Hall, 1010 Wins, a 92.3 FM on Long Island.
Word from Mayor Mamdani is that more than 50,000 families have put in applications for 3K and 4K. Since applications opened mid-January, the process runs through February 27th. myschools.nyc. 1010 Wins Entertainment is next. Ready for the secret of the ooze in entertainment news.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-741-3889. 800-741-3889. 800-741-3889. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1010 Wins Entertainment, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze, set for week-long 35th anniversary theatrical return in 4K, no less. Exclusively in theaters March 13th through Thursday, March 19th. Showtimes vary by location. Bruno Mars to perform at the Grammys Sunday, says Variety. The Recording Academy announced that today. What exactly his performance will be, we just don't know yet. He's up for 3 Grammys this year.
What you're about to see may be misguided.
It's Florida Man renewed for season 3 at HBO. The show transforms Florida news stories into comedic sketches.
Sort of.
Entertainment on 1010 Wins is sponsored by Shulman & Hill, New York's injury lawyers.
Go to hurtny.com.
That's hurtny.com.
If your dad is suffering from mesothelioma, please listen up. After getting him the best medical care, it's time to retain the right law firm for his mesothelioma claim. But be aware that not all law firms are equally qualified. One law firm has amassed $13 billion in settlements and verdicts for mesothelioma survivors. Yes, $13 billion. Recently, this one law firm broke their own New York record with a $117 million verdict for a single client. No wonder this one law firm was just on the cover of Best Lawyers magazine. This experienced law firm is Whites & Luxembourg, with an army of 500 specialists fighting for people just like your dad or mom. Your dad deserves real justice. So get it with Lights and Luxembourg. Dial 917-LAWYERS. That's 917-LAWYERS. Attorney Advertising.
From the brownstone beauty of Park Slope to the street art murals at the Bushwick Collective, we are New York's all-news station.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good evening, 13 degrees at 9:40. I'm Mario Bosquez, and here's what's happening. Looks like we might dodge the bomb cyclone, but the latest from AccuWeather on the dangerous cold is still ahead, still gripping our area. Was there Jeffrey Epstein so-called scouting for a major sports team owner? Is anyone budging? Talks to end the nurses' strike goes on. A reported acknowledgement from the Israeli military that 70,000 killed in Gaza. Which star has hopped? There's a hint to the top of the greatest pop star. We'll let you know. AccuWeather letting us know if we miss that bomb cyclone, how much freezing weather will continue in our area. With you some 941 is get you where you need to go with Kelly Dillon.
Bumper to bumper in Queens on the westbound Grand Central into Utopia Parkway, where there is a crash knocking out a lane, so delays back through 188th Street. Go with the LIE instead. Westbound the Jackie Robinson Parkway at Cypress Hill Street, a crash still wrapping up. That is stop and go through that scene. The eastbound BQE in Queens as well, past the LIE. It's an accident here knocking out the right lane tonight. Here's what we see on Long Island's Big Three. In Nassau County, moving well along the LIE, and luckily no problems along the northern or southern states. In Midtown, we're moving fine now on both the West Side Highway and the FDR. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. No trouble across the George tonight. We're quiet at both the Lincoln and Holland, and a nice ride across the Brooklyn Bridge in either direction now. Kelly Dillon, 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM.
Looks like we might dodge that bomb cyclone weather-wise, but AccuWeather says that does not mean we will dodge more cold. Here's AccuWeather meteorologist Carrie Schwindenhammer.
It's going to be bitterly cold as we head through the night tonight. Temperatures dropping to 8 above in the city, but down to between 0 and 5 below in the colder suburbs. Another cold day today, just like yesterday, and tomorrow will be the same story as well. We'll see some sunshine, temperatures getting up to 20. Another cold night tomorrow night. Then on Sunday, the wind gets added into the equation. It's going to feel quite cold with our main storm primarily offshore. That could bring a coating to an inch to eastern Long Island. That wind will make it certainly feel colder than it actually is. The high temperature on Sunday, 24 degrees.
Keep it here for the latest from AccuWeather. A statement from City Hall about weather-related deaths, saying in part, we can now confirm there have been 13 outdoor deaths since the start of the snowstorm and this stretch of life-threatening cold weather. Like the saying goes, neither rain nor sleet nor... Well, wait a minute.
The snow isn't just taking up parking space. In some cases, it's delaying the mail from delivering. People from East Flatbush to Harlem have been complaining their mail just isn't coming. Others say their packages are being marked with a weather exception, except it's going nowhere and not getting delivered. With not just packages delayed, but checks in the mail, bills, and letters if anyone still writes them. If your mailbox is empty today again, blame the snow. Mary Lynn Buckley, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Oh, it's not there now. Okay.
1010 Wins has reached out to the Postal Service for a response.
All right, that spot is not there now. Okay, good. All right, here we go. Audio. Let's see where we at. Hello, James Farley. Happy Friday night. I gotta clean up here, man. I got a mess here. I'm gonna say Newer Ham Elmer, Ham Radio Elmer. Hello, 12 degrees in Central. Right here is what it was. It's 10. According to my computer right now, it's 10 degrees here in Yonkers. Clear skies, 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I know, James Farley. Looks like we might dodge the snow, the whatever the bomb cyclone, whatever. It's going south of us. So definitely here it's gonna go south of us. You know, it might hit southern New Jersey a little bit, a little tip of it. But yeah, yeah, so we're gonna miss that. So if anything, we might get a little dusting, maybe. I don't know. I haven't. I was just But yeah, it's good. I don't. We're still digging out over here. I mean, the city of Yonkers, they dropped the ball on this one. They dropped the ball on this one big time. The streets are still. It looks like there's still snow packed in these streets. We had a couple of I don't even know we had a couple of. I think we only had one snow plow. It was on the night. I guess the day after all that snow came down. Maybe one snow plow from the city, and that's it. Nothing else. Of course, my neighbors had a couple of them. They shoveled a little here and there. They had their own little plow and whatever. But the sidewalks are still stacked high in snow. They did pick up the garbage yesterday, finally. But the next block, they have not picked up the garbage all week. And it's very narrow to walk. Even though walking the sidewalk is very narrow. They really dropped the ball on this one. They haven't salted any of the roads. I mean, when I say the roads, I'm talking about the streets. The streets. Normally, this street would have got salted by now. Nothing. It's ridiculous. Like, they really, just 12 inches of snow just paralyzed this city almost already. So I see James is in the chat, and he says, hello, Danny. WNYZ, no, it's not a pirate. It's 87.75. So you have to move the digit one more time. It's not 87.7. It's 87.75. That is a low power. It's WNYZ. It's a Korean language station. I got a mess in here. I got to take care of this weekend. That's why I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I don't want to stream tomorrow anyway. I learned something. I just learned something. I shouldn't say I learned it, but I had a feeling for a while. I've been doing some videos, looking at some videos and all that. I think I found my. Well, I shouldn't say that. You know, I'm kind of like my niche time slots. Plus, I like late night. I don't know why I like late night. It's so much fun. Of course, I may do Dr. Sky tonight. I don't know yet. Let me see how it goes here. Let me see if I don't have too many people. I'm charging my phone now. Actually, let me go plug in my phone. I rebooted my phone. For some reason, when I connect the USB-C, it's not charging now. So let me go check. Yeah, I reminded myself. Let me go fix this issue. Otherwise, I can't. You know, I need my phone to speak. Yeah, something going on with my USB cable. Give me a minute. No, it's not that. Something going on with my USB cable. Let me try a different cable. Let me see what this one is. What is this one? This one connects to something. Oh, what the hell this one connects to? What this one connects to? What? What this one connects to? No, this is not it. Let me try another cable. I have to try another USB-C cable. Something's going on with my cable. My cable is not. When I connect it, it's supposed to be charging. It's not charging. So I think the cable went bad or something. That's what I'm thinking. My cable probably went bad for the USB-C. I have to find another one. Just give me a minute. Trying to find another USB-C cable around here that I can use. This is really fucking annoying me right now. Let me try this cable over there. Jesus Christ. Let me try this cable. All right. My ring cable is working. Okay, so that one is charging my phone, but it's not fast charging. It's not fast charging. It's just regular charging because I had to use another. My fast charging brick. I don't know what's going on. I hope the brick didn't go bad. I think the brick might have went bad. So anyway, I have another brick, and so I use the cable, the one I use for the ring phone. I mean ring doorbell, whatever. And that one is charging, but it's not fast charging. It's just regular charging. So yeah, so that really, man. So I'm gonna have to look for a new charger then. For fast charging, I don't have many fast chargers. I only have one fast charger, the one that came with that phone. Yeah. No, James, it's not any of that. It's just that it's been like that for the last few days. I think the charger is going bad. Anyway, I'm not gonna be in the mood to entertain people right now. Just please don't mention that. Do not mention another channel, please. I do not care about the other channel. I know who you are. You've been here before, and I timed you out before because you was posting, drama stuff with the other idiot, which he's been banned here now. So I don't recognize you from another channel. I recognize you from here. I don't want to start off like this already annoyed, but please do not put, do not, as a matter of fact, please remove the message or I will remove it. Thank you. I'm going to give about 2 minutes. And then I'm going to remove it. So let me read some of the stuff here. I'm going to tell you right now, kiddo, this is not the Romper Room show. This is not, like I told you last time about when you brought up some nonsense with the other kid. The other kid's banned. No, he's banned from here. He's banned from everything of mine. So if you're gonna come in here, do not talk about on another channel. Do not talk about drama. That's gonna be my final warning to you. Do not bring up another channel name here. Do not talk about drama. If you don't understand that, I will ban you within the next few minutes. So I'm gonna read here, and when time I get down there, I want to see that thing gone. I'm not gonna remove it. You're gonna remove it because I'm done with this nonsense. Let me try again. So James Farley said, make sure you swipe down on that. No, it's not all that. It's just that I think the charge is going bad. I think the charge is acting up. It's been working fine, but I know the last couple of days it's been really Now the other thing is, I thought it was the connector that was getting loose, but it's not that. Cause I just switched cables, and or the cable, the cable itself, something's going on with it now. Cables do go bad sometimes. The connector gets worn down or whatever reason. You know, USB, they're never perfect and whatever. You know how it is. So sometimes there's a setting. It's not that. It's just. All right, I'm gonna delete this message. Let me go to my. Now I have to switch over to. That's another thing. This kid is annoying me right now. I'm ready to just ban this kid. I swear to God. But I'm gonna remove the message, and that's it. Any other statement, the next thing you post, be careful, because that could be your last one in here. Just post relevant to this chat. That's it. That's my final warning. That's it with you. That's it. I'm done. That's it. All right, moving on. Okay. Hello, Theo. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to say thank you again for the last live stream. You made me feel a lot better. That's no problem. I mean, listen, we all go through what we go through. We all have, this real life stuff. We all go through it. One thing about my live stream is that we talk about anything. I know the theme here is radio and tech, but this is talk about anything anybody wants to talk about. We just go roll on that, and that's it. I don't come in here scripted. I haven't even posted regular videos for. I've been, you know what I've been doing the last month or so? I've just been streaming, and you know what? I'm at the point now where I think I'm just gonna go with that, with streaming. I have a couple of videos I want to make, but I don't really feel like making them now, because I get better results with streaming. Just streaming. Just come out here, do some tuning, or do a live sport event, or whatever, or and we just talk. Things like that, because I'm at the point now where honestly I'm tired of a lot of stuff in this space. So excuse me. So I come in here to enjoy. That's it. I don't look at no more numbers. I don't look at the numbers no more. Although I gotta say they're getting better. But that's because of a couple of things. One, I'm streaming. I'm streaming more often. I'm streaming crazy hours. So, I'm not going to overthink it and say, oh, I need to do more DXing videos. I don't care about all that anymore. I really don't care. I post what I post, and that's it. People don't like it. You know what? There's always other channels. And that's it. But one thing I am going to do in this live stream, in any live stream that I do, I'm going to keep it under control. There's going to be order in here. That kid is gone because he's a drama queen. I got rid of his ass. Even though he tried to apologize afterward, I don't care. I don't want that in here. That's why I just told this kid, number one, I don't want to talk about another channel. I'm done with that. I know people keep bringing it up. I'm done with that. He has his channel. I have my channel. That's it. He's not competing with me. I'm not competing with him. I'm not competing with anybody. I want to make that clear. Okay? This is the radio and tech channel and whatever, gaming, whatever you go throw in here. I talk about everything here. I'm not one niche band, whatever. I'm not none of that. And here I give people the freedom to talk. And I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not knocking anybody's channel for that, but I give people freedom to talk to a certain point. There's going to be a certain point. One, I don't want drama from other YouTube stuff. I don't have time for that. Number one, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for other people's bullshit. My life is I have my plate full in my life already. Okay? I don't want to hear about other people's channel. I don't care about other people's channel. Okay? In fact, I subscribe to a lot of people's channel I have subscribed to, because I'm tired of that. I'm tired of people, oh, I don't want I don't want to come here because I got to be over there. No, bro, you make your decision. You want to be whatever. That's fine. That's it. You live with it. That's it. That's it. That's it. My thing is not going to be my thing is not going to be quantity. It's not going to be, my channel's growing organically. It's not. There's no fillers. There's no bot views or whatever the hell it is. There's no bot lives. That's it. I'm not accusing anybody of that. I'm just saying it's out there. Okay? It's out there. I got I got my people that I talk to all the time. That's it. That's all I care about. That's it. And if whoever wants to join, they join. They don't want to join, that's it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. That's the point. All right? And I just come on here and I stream. That's it. I don't plan anything. I know people want to see the tuning of the band. I ain't that guy. I ain't that guy. Tuning of the band. Let's go to... No. I tune when I want to tune. That's it. So, we're done with that. I get the kick out his warning, and that's it. And the next one, you're going to get the hammer. That's it. I'm done. All right. Mike B, good evening from Southwest Colorado. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're staying warm out there. It's supposed to be, after this weekend, we're supposed to get a little improvement. I believe we're going to crack over the 30-degree mark, which will be a nice surprise for a change, being that this whole week has been under 20, the high. I think today we hit 22 degrees. I think tomorrow we're going to be around the same. But I think around Monday, we're going to crack over the 30-degree mark. I think 30, we might crack maybe right below the freezing mark. I don't know. And we welcome that. We need all the snow to be melted already, because apparently Yonkers is not doing their job. They just can't. I don't know what's going on. Theo, if I may ask a question, I have the PL 980. What loop antenna do you recommend buying? I am not familiar with the PL 980. However, I have to look it up. Does I even have an antenna jack? That's the thing. PL 980. Let me see. Let me look it up. Texan 980. You said, right? PL 980. This is the 980. You mean the 880? You talking about the 880? You must be talking about the 880 or the 990. So one or the other, the 990 or the 880. And of course, either one is a good radio. It doesn't matter. If it is either one, okay, 880. Okay, that's a good radio. That's still a good radio. All right, so the 880, what loop? Next question is, do you want the loop to be outside? If you want an outdoor loop, MLA 30. MLA 30. If you want an outdoor loop. Because everything else right now, Wellbrook is no longer. They're no longer around in business. MFJ 1886, MFJ 1886 is no longer in business now. The other loops are way too expensive. W6 LVP, to be honest, I wouldn't buy that because it's just too expensive for what you're going to listen. I will get the MLA 30. MLA 30. And you're going to need an adapter for that for the radio. You're going to need it's in the other room. SMA female to 3.5 millimeter adapter. You're going to need one of those. That's it. MLA 30 and you're good. MLA 30. I will get that. Because you could, because I know you can put it outside where you live at. I will put MLA 30 outside. Right on your I don't know if you have a deck. If I'm trying to remember. Anyway, right outside your backyard, put the MLA 30 there. It comes with built in. It comes with about, I'm gonna say about 25 feet. Not even, maybe not. It's not 20. Maybe is it really 25? I'm gonna say about 20 feet. But I will get the extension. I will get the extension. What I can do is I can put the link in the description. I can't do it right now because I'm on this computer and I could do it at the end of the live stream. At the end of the live stream in the description, I'll put the MLA 30 link. I'll put the link to the adapter. The adapter for the MLA 30 to your radio, because your radio is a 3.5 millimeter connector. It's one of these. This is not it. Everything is over there. The one for the headphone, a 3.5 millimeter antenna, and then the other end is going to be SMA female, and that's it. And then depending on how far your MLA 30 is going to be from, if you're going to have your radio inside the house, I would just get an extension. SMA, what do you call it? Use SMA extension, for the MLA 30. That's what I have for my U-loop. Like for my U-loop, I have it out there, and then I have an extension that brings it all the way into the boiler room, and it works well. I know I did the mod on the BNC connector. You don't need to do all that. I did it because I wanted to do it. It's not really necessary. You don't need to do no mod, no nothing. The stock element, that works fine. You can use that. You don't need to modify anything. I chose to modify 2 of them because I wanted to experiment. But quite frankly, you don't really need to. You don't need to. All right. So I'll try to put it. I'll do it at the end of the live stream. I'll put the links there, and you can order it from. I'll put them with the Amazon, and you can just go from there. I have all that stuff here. That's what I do. Thank you, James Farley. Danny is always entertaining. Well, I try to just be me. And that's another thing, I'm really learning that by doing it. I notice the more live stream I do, I notice that this is my bread and butter. This is what makes my channel now. If I didn't do live stream, this channel would be dead. This channel will just be another radio channel with very little activity. My live streams is what keeps, and that's, and I enjoy it. I enjoy the live stream. You gotta understand, live streaming is so much easier than making a video and editing it. And then now you're at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm. And you know how many videos that I made that I really broke it down and edited, and and they get no, I was disappointed. With live streaming, depending on what time of the day, what topic, who's on, who else is out there, sometimes I'll give you an example. A year ago, LA riots, right? LA riots. I did a live stream. We were just talking about radio, and then it was LA riots. That was a long live stream, though. Don't get me wrong. That was probably the first live stream I went over 1,000 views. 1,000 views. And I was like, wow, And I never got close to that in a while until recently. Again. Now, recently, I think it was 2 weeks ago or so, 800 and something, almost about 8. I think it was 880 something right now. It's approaching 900 views, and that one was a 4-hour live stream. So I noticed, I'm getting there. I'm getting more. I think YouTube now is kind of like, and plus, there's a couple of things I kind of did, and I don't want to talk about it because just don't talk about it. But I noticed, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. That's it. I enjoy it. That's the other thing. I guess because I enjoy it so much. I enjoy live streaming. It's not like I don't want it to be like a once a week thing. And more power to other people that do that. That's fine. I feel like once a week it's not for me. I want to just jump in here whenever I want. And I mentioned it. I mentioned the other day. If I could do this 3 or 4 times a day, I would do it 3 or 4 times. It's just I have other things to do. But I jump in here right now. Look, I just jumped in here. What is it now? I've been here 34 minutes already. 34 minutes. I'm gonna be in here for another hour or so, and then boom. And then I'll probably go on the boiler room and do Dr. Sky for another 3 hours. So tonight I could put in 6 hours just like that on 2 streams with no sweat off my back. And it's not because I enjoy it. That's it. I enjoy it. I have fun. I talk to you guys and I know I'm doing like my lips are very dry. And I need to do this lip thing. Hold on. Oh my god, because it's really done. Okay, I have glossy lips. I'm sorry, people. But I need to. My lips are freaking chapped, man. Just give me a minute. And then I'm gonna do the unboxing for the antenna. I just got it about a little over almost 2 hours ago now. I just got it from UPS. All right, let me see. Open it not. Oh my god, open out. Fucking glossy, man. Come on, you're killing me here, man. No, my lips are they chapped because it's so cold out. It's windy. I normally don't get chapped lips until it's really, really cold and it's dry and windy. Summertime, I don't get this. Only when it gets really freaking cold. Oh my god. James Farley, I have a USB-C magnetic adapter on my phone, so that's another thing. This probably gonna be my last phone. That's gonna be my last phone. That one doesn't have that's the next phone I'm gonna get. It's gonna be the one with that cordless, cordless charging basically. Yeah, cause I don't want to deal with this USB stupid. Yeah. James Farley, your vertical live streams are getting they're getting there. They're getting there. I don't want to I don't want to do that because the minute I do that, jinx. But they're improving? It's improving. I'll say that. It is because of course, like I said, YouTube is really pushing the algorithm for the vertical format. So you know what? I gotta go with it. You gotta go with what they want. So yeah, please smash the like button. Please smash it. That helps me out a lot with the algorithm. That's another thing, people. It don't hurt to like the video. That's it. Whatever, just like it. You might not like me, but at least like the video. That's fine. Let me see what else. Let me go over here. Sorry. All right, so I'm up to here. Ricky N420. How is it that I'm doing good? I hope you're doing well, Ricky N. Yeah, okay, PLA80. Okay, so PLA80 is MLA30. Let me type it in the chat right here. Let me go. I have to switch because I'm on OBS right now. OBS, the chat is I can't type it. I have to switch over to the browser. So I'm gonna put MLA30. Sorry, MLA30. Well, now it's called the MLA30 Plus. MLA30 Plus. Loop antenna. I can't do it because I don't want to open up another tab and risk crashing this stream. That's why at the end of the live stream, I will put all the links. Anyway, MLA30 Plus loop antenna. All right. Yeah, M like in Mike Lima Alpha. Okay. There you go. All right. Not MLA30. Yeah, MLA30. No, it's not a bad question. MLA30 is a HF antenna. It doesn't do VHF. It's from 500 kilohertz up to right here. I'll tell you. I'll show you a picture of it right here. This is the loop part. Of course, mine is modified, but it's right here. Look, that's the range. Focus. more time. Focus. Okay. So 100 kilohertz up to 30 megahertz. This is the old one. This is the original MLA 30, but it's MLA 30 plus. They have a little plus sign. It's the same thing. It's the same antenna. MLA 30. So you get this. You get that bias T. So this is the antenna that's gonna go outside with the wire. This is gonna be inside the house. This is the bias T. This is the bias T, and then you're gonna have to plug in the power for the bias T. Because it's an amplified loop. This is an amplified loop. And it comes with all the wires, all the cables. This has a built-in wire. Like I said, I modified this one, but it's a built-in wire. It's about 20 feet. So I just modified this one, but okay. So I will put the links to all the products in at the end of the live stream. So anybody can go look at it. Anybody wants to buy it. And the reason why I put Amazon, because they are the most reputable place to buy it. I wouldn't want you to go buy it in eBay or something, and you just get it from Amazon. If you don't like it, return it back. Amazon return policy is like very good. I know people say otherwise, but I'm going to show you an example with this antenna. I'm going to show you an example in a minute. So I'm going to show you about the antenna. I could have bought that antenna on Amazon, but I went with Newark.com because it was a cheaper price. But with the shipping and everything, I wasn't saving much. To be honest, I could have bought an Amazon for a few more dollars, and at least Amazon would have probably done a better job delivering it here than UPS. But that's a whole nother topic. I'll talk about that in a minute too. Indoor loops. I would not recommend no indoor loops. Like, you want to use the 880, right? So you want to use it for everything, for shortwave and medium wave. Maybe if you hear long wave, you might pick up a little long wave, so I will get the MLA 30. Indoor loop, yeah, you get one of those passive loops. That's fine for medium wave DXing if you want to do that. But I still recommend an outdoor loop better. In your case, I believe, I don't know if you still live, you still have the house or whatever. But if you live in an apartment, that's a whole different thing. But that's why indoor loops, I don't recommend only medium wave for passive loop, like a Texan AN200, something like that. Texan AN200. But that's for medium wave only. That's not gonna be for short wave, medium wave, and that's gonna be only medium wave only. And that one is a passive loop. You have to tune it manually. Every time you go, whatever frequency you want, you have to match the frequency while tuning. So, yeah. Ricky, 420 question. Awesome. Mike B, do you have a sub? Do you have a sub? Do you have a USB charger or a battery pack to power the MLA 30 or your charger? No, I never had a problem with that. I use I never had a problem with, I use like this one. USB wall warts. I use USB wall warts. Is all the ones that I use so far, like for example, the one that came with my phone, like for example, the Huawei phone, the ones that come with the phone are pretty quiet. So I use the one that came with my phone. But Samsung is a different connector. It's not USB. So I haven't had issue with it. As long as you get a decent USB charger, the noise should not be an issue. If all your chargers are noisy, then you need to shop somewhere else. I never had issues with the wall warts on MLA 30. I never had issue with them. Maybe I've been lucky. I know people posted that. I never had issue with a USB wall wart, and that's what I use. I don't use battery packs and all that. I'm indoors. Why would I want to use a battery pack indoors? So I use a USB charger, one of these. Like, you know, and not this particular one, but I have others that I use, and they work fine. This one, I don't know. I don't know where this one is from. Let me see where this one is from. What brand is this one? I forgot where this one is from. Anyway, I have other ones, but I don't have an issue with them. They work fine. Okay, Ricky. I mean, Mike. Excuse me, Mike B. Yeah, Mike B. I don't have issues with any of them. Ricky, dipole. I don't have to cut the wire. Can I just roll up the loose ends? You can do whatever you want with a dipole. You can make it as long or short as you want. You can make, if it's for receiving, yeah, you can make it as long as I plan to. In fact, I was watching a video yesterday, and the guy used the same 1-to-1 balance that I have right there. Let me go get it. And he made a dipole, and this is very inexpensive balance. Very inexpensive. The same one he has is similar to this one. So it's similar to this one from Amazon. This is a 1-to-1 balance. So he just threw it up on a painter's pole, right? 16 and a half feet of wire. That was it. 16 and a half feet. He was making contacts on 20 meters, on 17 meters, and of course, even 10 meters, he made contact. You know, if you want to go lower, you have to make a longer cable, you know, longer, you know, but he's put it up on a painter's pole, the back of his truck, he had it, and it was just but it was a dipole, but it was, you know, not that, it was just pointing like a slope right into the ground with a rod, you know, with a insulating, like a, you know, I think it was a 10 spike. 1, 2. And it was up on a painter's pole. It wasn't that high up. It was maybe probably about almost 20 feet high. About 20 feet high on a painter's pole. And he was, you know, that I may do that with this, with a couple of, but I want to go longer. I want to go maybe instead of 16 and a half feet, I may do like an experiment with maybe 30 feet of wire or something. Because I'm going to use it for listening. At first, I'm going to use it for listening. Just to see. Or maybe I may even put a longer wire. Just to see if I can use it for going down to medium wave. But this one is rated for, of course, this is for, you know, 500 watts, 1.8 megahertz up to 50 megahertz. This one is for, and that's what he used. You know, dipole. But his was like an inverted V. So I think you can roll up the loose ends. If people do that, you roll it up, or, you know, you can do that. Doesn't have to be perfect. Excuse me. Theo, oh, it's MLA third. It's MLA. I feel bad. No. Not Emily. Yeah, no. Mike B, I tapped the bell icon. Danny, thank you very much. I'm ready to tune whenever you're ready to go. I like your live chat, your freestyle. Yeah, I don't script anything. I feel like the problem with scripting and all that. When I first started live streaming, that's what happened. I a couple of times I froze because I try to be like, we're gonna talk about this and that. I was kind of afraid about people gonna leave and all that. But you gotta understand, I done live stream where I only have one person here talking, and sometimes I go down to 0, and I gotta keep talking. Because if it goes down to 0 and I don't talk, then it's here. Somebody's gonna wander by and say, "Oh, okay, maybe I'll talk to him." I can't worry about that. I'm at the point now where, I've been doing this for a while now. I'm at 350 something live streams already under my belt. Almost 1,200 videos total. Yeah, I don't script. I learned that doesn't work for me. I was never comfortable with it. I don't claim to be an expert on anything. That's one thing I'll make it clear. I don't claim to be an expert. I'll tell you what I know. And if I don't know something, I'll tell you that too. I don't know something. Or I'll tell you, I don't know this, but you could go check this out. And I'll do that too. I'll point you to the direction where, I'll point you to the right direction, I hope. And that's it. I don't claim to be an expert, nor, I care about it. Yeah. Let me go back up here. James Farley, I wonder if Sandra ever gets chapped lips. I don't know. Thank you for the likes. JNG. Okay, now we're talking. See, stick to the topics. Talk radio. There you go. The entire Northeast was full of snow on Sunday and Monday. I also have not done any DXing recently. Last time I DX, I received WAXY from Florida 799. I noticed that too. I picked up a couple of new stations since this whole cold snap and everything. I was listening to last night and the night before. I was listening to 590. It's not far station, but I haven't heard that station in a long time. I think it's WROW. It's called Magic 590. They play oldies, but it's coming in really nice the last couple of days. Even with the XH Data D608, I hear 590 coming in, pretty good. So, I've been hearing a few surprise stations. Of course, I heard Cuba again on another frequency. I heard them on 600. Not last night, the night before, but not too well. So, yeah, when the weather's cold, some things happen. I've been listening to some. That's why I'm going to be on tonight. Even if I don't know if I do a live stream later on, but I'm going to be up all night listening to the radio tonight. Friday night, Saturday morning. Yeah, I'm going to be up tonight. That's for sure. But yeah. Ricky. I got the dipole from DX Engineering. Okay, that's a good one then. And you got a very good quality one then. Then yeah. Okay, then you got yeah, this is I bought this from eBay a few years back. I transmit on it. It works well. But I'm gonna use this one for listening. I'm gonna set up a little dipole. And I'm gonna use it for listening. And I may put this one going into the boiler room. For listening in the boiler room. And take one of the I'm thinking about taking the Grundig 750 to the boiler room. Just for listening, of course for listening. But with this, and I want to try it's been sitting there and I'm neglecting it. I want to give it some love. So and it's not a big radio, but it looks like a little tabletop. So I'm thinking that's the one that's gonna go to the boiler room. And leave that one there. And I can use that one for when I really want to get more serious about listening or I want to get better audio, I'll use that radio. The 750. Maybe at some point I'll get the Texan 2200, whatever, 2200X or something. Maybe in the future I'll get the better version of that. But right now, we'll see. But I need to show some love to that radio. It's been there for years, and I know the bandwidth is a little wide, but it works. I just put on narrow. It works. It's not totally useless. It still works. Theo, MLA 30 will do AM. Yes, I listen to medium wave on the MLA 30. It works well. Even down to long wave, I heard a little bit on the MLA 30. But the thing about MLA 30 is a loop antenna. So what you got to do now with the loop antenna is, like in my case, depending on what area of the house, you may have to rotate it to a point where you're gonna have to null out any noise. So in my case, like for example, the U loop in that spot, that is the only spot I can put the U loop in. And it's pointing east to west. And it works there. If I were to move the U loop to this side of the yard, it would be too noisy. The MFJ86 loop does a better job of rejecting all that. That one I could kind of get away with pointing it more. So the MLA 30 is kind of like in between. So you have to, that's something you're going to learn when you're dealing with your loop antennas. You're going to learn how to use them. It's not the same as throwing up a long wire and that's it. You're stuck in one direction. No. Loop antenna, you could always move it around and find your sweet spot. Okay? So, it's a learning curve. There's a slight learning curve to loop antennas. And when I got my first loop antenna was the MFJ86 loop. There was a learning curve. I had to learn the antenna. When I first put it indoors upstairs, the second floor, it was noisy. I was like, why the hell is it so freaking noisy? I was getting disappointed, but then I finally put it up on the roof, and then I started hearing some good stuff. Now, of course, at the time, I didn't know much that I didn't need to put it on the roof. I could have put it in a real quiet area in the yard. It would have been better. And it did. But it took, I had to learn the antenna. You have to learn. The loop is a learning curve. If you never use the loop antenna, there's always a learning curve with loop antenna. As opposed to a dipole or a slow end fed, whatever, or a vertical antenna. Loop antenna is always a learning curve. Even the indoor loop antenna, the passive loop, you learn how to tune it. There's a learning curve to that too. So you gotta be patient with it, and you gotta learn. It's not gonna be the miracle. I know people think that a loop antenna is better than a long one. I know it's not. It's different. It's a different type of antenna. That's it. It's just different. But there's ways to loop antenna. You have to know what you're doing with the loop antenna to get the maximum results out of it. With a long wire, yeah, you can get a lot more gain on a long wire, and stations might come in louder, but it's also going to be a noise magnet for some things, And, with a wire, you just fixed. You cannot move the wire around. It's just there. Unless you take it down and put it another direction. But with a loop antenna, you could it's directional. So you can, and also you can listen to more than one station. Like, for example, especially on the AM band, medium wave. If I point it this way, I may pick up one medium wave station. And if I want to null out that station and point it somewhere else and pick up another station, I can. And the broadside will null out the other station. So that you can do with a loop antenna. You cannot do that with a wire antenna or a vertical antenna. You cannot do that. You got to keep that in mind. All right. JNG, I use my DX286 to receive WAXY AM790. And Bonaire, PJ, is that PJB? Bonaire, I'm thinking about Bonaire. That's pretty, yeah, it's good. It's a great radio. Tio, if I ran speaker wire in my room on the ceiling all around that, will it help AMDX? I don't think it will. I can't say that because I don't know how noisy your room is, electric noise. I can't say that. I'm not gonna say that. And I done like I had put a long piece of wire outside on the ground and ran it all the way in the house, and I picked up some DX on it. Not big deal DX. Something I could have done with a loop antenna. I think I did a video on there years ago where I used the Sony ICF 5900 is upstairs. That radio, and I connected to a long wire, and it was okay. It was good. It was pretty good. But did I get anything new? No. It was just I could have done that with another antenna. So I would not run speaker wire all over the room. I want to do that. You get the MLA 30, I would just put it outside. Just put it outside. You know, like if you got a balcony, I will put it outside and somewhere where, and you know that's why I like having my loops right here outside, because if I want to rotate, I can just walk outside, loosen a couple of screws, and rotate it and tighten it and want to keep it there. That's what I do. I don't even need a rotor because I could just go right out here and because I have a couple of clamps holding the pole, the stick with the, to the fiber, not fiber, PVC, PVC, and I just loosen a couple, nothing, a couple of minutes, rotate it to where I want, then I lock it. That's it. I come back in here, and you know. So yeah, if you want to get fancy and put out a rotator, you can, but I don't want to. I'm not gonna break an arm and a leg for a rotator. I don't really need to. I just walk out here and. You know, and in my case, sometimes that's the only direction I can put it on, because I'll give you an example. Right now, my neighbor behind me in the other house, he still has lights on. He still has lights on, and they're bright. He has a lot of LEDs out there. Right now, it's red. So I guess he's celebrating Valentine's Day. I don't know. This guy puts everything. I mean, you know, it's kind of cool that he does it, but it's kind of annoying after a while. Like, too many freaking lights all year round. Then I don't know. Just me. I don't know. Maybe. And I noticed that sometimes those lights might interfere. Although lately I've been okay. It hasn't been that bad. You know. Theo says, order detection 200. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 200. Okay. Let me go back up here. James Farley, I also suggest clip-on ferrite. Yeah, well, I do that on all my wires. I try to put ferrites on everything. You know, some people say it doesn't help. To me, it is another thing to I usually do with it, because, you know, noise can come and go from any sorts. Even if it's not your own household, you know, anybody out there can. So, yeah. Okay, so the energy's talking among him. Okay, so I'm going to skip that. Good evening, RT08. Hope you're doing well. Andy Randomness. Good evening. February approaching. Yep. Tomorrow's the last day of January. I'm glad. This is like for me, January's always been the longest month for me. So, Andy Randomness. As far as antennas, I keep hearing about Yagis. Yeah, Yagis is, for example, I'm going to show you one here in a bit. But that's more for, you know, in my case, it's FM. Of course, you know, television antennas, a Yagi. I have an RCA up there. That's a Yagi. It's very directional. Yagis, that's what they're designed for, to be directional. You get more, you point out a particular direction, you get a lot more gain depending on the how many elements, the size of the Yagi, and so on. Of course, but for example, right now, my FM antenna up there is an omnidirectional. It's a folded dipole, but it looks like a loop, but it's actually omnidirectional. And I do have other antennas that I have a couple of TV antennas that are omnidirectional. And, you know, I can say with the RCA up there pointing into New York City, I get 114 stations here on that TV. With omnidirectional antenna, I would not get that many stations. I would have got like, I remember I was getting like 75 stations, maybe even 80. And at that time, I was happy with it. And this is not no cheap omnidirectional antenna. This is the Clearstream 4. This is like about $140 antenna. The minute I took that one on, I put the RCA AN75, and I wound up getting that for like $26 with a partial refund. Because it was slightly damaged and I fixed it. That antenna blows away my Clearstream 4. I got in this 117 channels. You know, even if it's put in New York City, on the back end, I still get Connecticut station. I get a couple of New Jersey stations on the side. It just overall is a much better antenna. So I'm definitely a believer in Yagi antennas. So, and that's what I'm doing now with the FM antenna. My FM antenna is omnidirectional. It's nice. I did a little good DX on it, but now now I got to take it a step up. So now, of course, I got a FM. That, by the way, the antenna up there is also tuned for FM. And this one is a lot bigger, and it's a 4-element Yagi. So let me read a couple of more, and then I'll bring the antenna over here, and I'm gonna unbox it. Of course, last Sunday I unboxed the other one that was damaged. So of course I reached out to them, and they sent me a replacement. And it arrived here. The box looks a little doesn't look straight. But right now I can tell right away it's not as hopefully it's not as damaged as the other one. So let me read one more here. Jet and G, I need a good. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Live chat. Oh, Jesus. I did this for free. Okay, here we go. If I skipped a couple, I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Okay, I didn't skip that many. Okay, so here we go. So Jet and G says, I need a good night and antenna to hear 1230 WMML in Glen Falls, New York, as well as speaking of Albany, 590, yeah, WROW with either my DX26 or my HDR16. SR3, okay. So this is, I'm going to show you the antennas that I had before. Let me move this chair over here. I'm going to kind of put it over here for now. Let me turn on this light. So it was Sunday, right? Sunday. This is the box that was damaged from the other one, right? This is the one that was really damaged, you see? It was really beat up. It was damaged. So, of course, when I unboxed it, I had this disaster. You see? The boom got damaged. Let me put it this way. I'm sorry. So you see the boom got damaged. I can fix it, but, sorry, I didn't pay $50 total for this antenna to be, this is not acceptable. Okay? This is not acceptable. This element got bent. This element's bent here and here. This is the boom. The boom got, look at that. And then the reflector, the director, this is the dipole. You can see it's slightly bent too. Can I fix this? Yeah, I can fix this one. But again, I didn't pay $50 for this. It's not acceptable. So, of course, I sent them pictures. And I said, listen, you got to fix this. Either you're going to send me my money back or I want a replacement. They offered me a replacement. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to box the other one now. That there. So now this is the one that I got a couple of hours ago. The box is much better, right? Much better box. There's no broken whatever. It does look a little beat up right here. So now I'm gonna unbox this one. Hopefully this one is in. It looks like it's gonna be intact, but until I take it out, I'll see. So let me get my trusty blade, and we're gonna do this again. So let me get my trusty blade, and at the end, looks like it's been beat up a little bit. But I'm hoping it should be a better improvement than what I had before. And so let me close this blade. Okay, right there. And let me take this out carefully. And let's see. Carefully. Oh boy. Jesus Christ, this fucking people. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, it is slightly bent again. Oh my God. At this point, I'm just gonna get my... I am definitely gonna get a refund. Because I'm gonna give a shitty review after this. It's slightly bent. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh fucking God. Sorry, I'm cursing now. Cause let me move it this way. I have to pull this thing out carefully. Yeah, I'm gonna recommend not shopping with them anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna recommend no shop with them. I'll show you. First, let me check out this mount out the way. Okay, this is the mount. So the mount is here. Yeah, this one got bent too. Wow. Yeah, this one got bent. Wow, look at that. The dipole. Wow. Let me see what else. Element looks fine over here. This element, these two elements look okay. All right. So here we go. No, another boom that's bent. It's slightly bent right here. Right here. You see? This is the boom. Look at it. I mean, it's not as bad as the other one, but it's bent. So I just gotta straighten it out. When I open this up, I can just straighten it out. That's it. But look, it's bent. And then the dipole is slightly bent right here, which I can just bend that and that's it. But this is better than the other one, but it's bent. So I'm going to definitely take a picture of this one. And they're going to have to give me... I don't even want a third one. Now, here's what's going to happen, though. Can I fix them? Yeah, of course I can fix them. Of course I'm going to fix them. This one is going to go on the roof. I'm going to fix this one up. I don't want a third one. They say, oh, we're going to say, no, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. Of course, this is UPS. This is UPS doing. I already know this had to be UPS. But it's fixable. I can fix this. I can even still fix the other one. Believe it or not, I can fix it. It's not that... My RCA, I'm going to tell you something. My TV antenna was in rough shape, and I fixed that. And it works fine. Like I said, 117 channels. This is a slight bend. This is nothing. This is nothing. But you better believe I'm gonna take pictures. I'm gonna put a complaint, another complaint, and I'm gonna make it clear to them. Here's the kicker. I'm gonna make it clear to them that I just did 2 live unboxings on my channel, and it doesn't look good for you guys. And I would not recommend buying from them. That's it. And I would not recommend buying from them. By the way, this antenna you can buy on Amazon. Now, here's the deal. Newark.com, that's the company that sells this. They don't make this. They just sell it there. That is the lowest price you can buy this antenna. On Newark.com, this antenna was listed at $35. Right? $35. Plus taxes, it was like $7 or something. And then shipping was $10, I believe. No. I think shipping was like $9, what it was. Anyway, total it came out to about $50. No, 40. It came out total came out to about $49.99 or something. I forgot what the price. So $50 total. That's taxes. Horrible shipping. The antenna was $35. Now, you can get this antenna on Amazon The list price there is $54. Now remember, Amazon, if you're a Prime member, you get the free shipping. Also on Amazon, I could just take this. Here's the deal. On Amazon, I could just take this and drop it off. And I get a refund. In Nerd.com, no. There's a restocking fee. If I were to send this back, they have a restocking fee. Believe it or not, they do have a restocking fee. And it's 20%. So that's why I give them the benefit of the doubt. Listen to what I'm saying. Learn this lesson. I'm going to learn this lesson here right now, which I should have done. My instinct told me I should have bought it from Amazon. Because the total price, I would have paid maybe $10 more total. But Amazon's peace of mind. Amazon can just take this, take it to whatever nearby here. Amazon drop here. Take it. Take it. That's it. That's it. No, I know. I know. English, por favor. But I know. No. You got to be careful. Yeah, he's right. He's right. You got to be careful because you could break it. But I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna bend it. I'm actually gonna hit this. I'm gonna put it on a flat surface. I'm gonna hit it with a rubber mallet just to straighten it a little bit. You don't have to be perfect. No tiene que ser perfecto. Pero si, por lo menos, dale ahí para que un poquito. Es cierto lo que dice él, que si tú lo doblas mucho se va a romper, sí. Y also, if I wanted to, by the way, if I wanted to, I could cut it and put these two together with a metal, I have metal, like a metal piece that you could put here, you could screw them on. So I could join two of them together. You could join them and just put the, you straighten this out. If it breaks, it breaks, but you could straighten out and reinforce it. I forgot. I have pieces. It's it's not angled. You know those L little brackets, the metal brackets. They're like little stainless. They're like steel little brackets, like little L shape. You can cut that. I can cut that with a grinder, drill another hole, and I could put one here and one is to reinforce it. I could do that too. I may do that. I may do that with that one because that one is going to be a more. That one if I bend it or if even with a mallet, that one I may do that anyway. Well, that too. I could also heat it up. Well, but I don't need to do that. With that, I could just use. I've done it before. Believe me, I've done this before. Flat surface. I got to take this thing out here. Put this on a flat surface, and with a mallet, I can bring it kind of. Yeah, it's a trombone. I know somebody's gonna say that because everyone trombone, right? He got a trombone. Trombone. So this one is not that bad. This one's not that bad. But you better believe I'm gonna let them know about it, and they better bless me. They better bless me with a refund. They're gonna bless me with a refund. Or right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't recommend them. Do not. You see what happened to me? I went with the cheaper price. Because Amazon shipping, this will not happen. Amazon shipping, believe it or not, they're pretty good. Amazon shipping, for me, they've been very, very good. I never had issue with Amazon shipping. They never sent me broken stuff. UPS and FedEx, oh boy, that's a crapshoot. That's a crapshoot. So this one is more fixable. That one needs more work. But that one, that could happen. So DJ Moti, I can say Mota virus. Yeah, I know, bad luck, but it's UPS. It's UPS. UPS is horrible. I'm telling you, they're horrible. Horrible. FedEx is also bad. Also bad. But see what happened? You know what happened to me? I went with the cheaper price, $35. Shit. I should have bought it from Amazon, and at least Amazon, I probably would have got a better delivery. Because that's what happened. It got damaged in transit again. Look. And the box was not that bad. The box was, it looked straight. But this happened. Maybe this happened before shipping. But I could have bought. But in fact, at the end of the live stream, I'm gonna put the link to this antenna and for Amazon. That's why I should have bought it. I should have bought it from Amazon. So Amazon is $54 in change. I remember. I got free shipping. Of course, taxes. Maybe I would have kept. So I probably would have paid $60. $60 instead of $50. Because this aluminum stuff, I can get this from Home Depot. Listen, I can rebuild. You know what I can do now? I can rebuild one and make it better, make it bigger. Because I can get this from Home Depot. Oh, this back at Home Depot, I can replace all this stuff. But I'm not gonna do that. For this one, this one's gonna go on the roof. This one is okay. I'll take care of this one. And that one, that's gonna be if that one breaks. Yeah, it's slightly, see? Right here. It's bent too. But it's not to that degree of that one. So this one I could definitely and all the elements are fine. It's just the elements are fine except for the dipole's a little bent. It's bent right here, just right here. So I just gotta pull this out. That's it. Yeah, UPS. That's what happened. See, but now I know. When people complain, but where you put Amazon, I rather buy from Amazon. Same thing with AliExpress. You may get it cheaper AliExpress. You may get it cheaper. I got it cheaper from Newark.com. But I'm gonna tell you right now, this is why I like Amazon. Amazon. I never had issues like this with Amazon shipping. Amazon shipping, they've been pretty good. So now you see. Lesson learned, Danny. If I ever buy this antenna again, I'm gonna get it from Amazon. You pay more money, but sometimes you gotta go with you might pay a little more. Better. Same thing with when I put the TF66 radio, TF6686 radio on Amazon. People say, "Why you put the Amazon link? It's more pricey there." You're gonna get it in a week. I bought my radio from AliExpress. It took about a month to get here. And that thing, when it got here, the box was damaged, but thank God that radio wasn't damaged. You see what I'm saying? It's a crapshoot. And you buy it from some places. Even though you're saving money here and there, but it's a crapshoot. And don't talk about Temu. Oh, no, Temu. Oh, no, forget about Temu. I bought a few things from Temu. Oh my God! I had one particular plane that was arrived in pieces. It was in pieces. It was a model plane. It was in pieces. Die-cast metal plane. It was in pieces when I got it. Pieces. So yeah. Oh, you got a partial view, okay? But yeah, you gamble when you buy from AliExpress, but something this big, I was hoping that they would not do this 2 times in a row. That's it. There's not going to be a third time. There's not going to be a third time. I'll say I'm done with them. I would not recommend, and I maybe I should talk about it in another video. But I'm gonna point the link to this live stream, and I'm gonna show them. Look, this is a result of I don't know. I don't think it's a UPS. Maybe it's in the shop. But they have these in stock. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're just throwing them around. And UPS get it. It's already damaged. Because 2 in a row. Come on. This is ridiculous. 2 in a row. Come on. I'm sorry. You know what? There's something wrong with your, maybe inventory management. I don't know. Whoever does this. They're just tossing these things around like nothing. So, yeah. So, let me read the comments here. Ya, que pérdida de evolución. Well, for $50, I learned my lesson. By the way, this is donated money from you guys. This is all donation money. You know, I wanted to buy the antenna for FMDXing for the summer. You know, when weather gets warmer, this is going to be on the roof, FMDX. So, but this one is going to get fixed because I don't want a third one. That's it, I'm done. I'm going to fix this one. This one is going to be on the roof. It's going to work fine. Everything is intact. Even the, everything's intact. Everything's intact. See? You got the 75 ohm right there. 75 ohm right there. Everything. Of course, I don't want to open it now because it's too big in here. I have to do this on the roof. But before I do that, I have to fix this. And now when the weather gets warmer, I'll take it and I'll straighten this out. This is nothing. This is not that bad. Okay? So there you go. So now I have two. Now I have two FM Yagis. One needs some real fixing, and the other one, it'll be ready. It'll be serviceable. It'll be fine. Not the first time I had broken antennas. My RCA TV antenna is the one that I use for this TV. And that one arrived broken, and I fixed it. And it works fine. 117 channels on this TV. Works good. It works fine. You know, I worked with sheet metal, so I know. United States Air Force jet engine mechanic. I also work with sheet metal. Kawasaki. I also work with sheet metal, so I know about sheet metal. You know, a little grinder here and there, a little bent thing here, a little mallet. Beep, beep, that's it. It's good. Maybe I put a bracket, a piece of some bracket I can put on the side to reinforce it. You know, of course, later on, what worries me later on is, since it's like that, if you get a high wind now, that's the weak point now. That's the only thing I got to worry about. Like, even if you straighten it out, you get high winds, that's the weak point now. You understand? So that could go. So I may have to reinforce that. Even though I bent, I may have to reinforce it. You know? So there you go. So not that one needs a heat in place. The other one, but like I said, I may just cut it and join them and put metal. I'll show you. Let me see if I got one. I'll show you. Metal. I have. Let me see. I know I have. No, I'll get a metal bracket thing. Cut it. See, here we go. Look, I'll show you. Got all types of brackets. See, like this. This is a smaller one. See this one? You take a grinder, you cut this. You cut it. Now you got this piece. You got this piece, right? This is the boom. You put it right there, you reinforce it. You put one on the other side, you reinforce it. That's it. Or you put one here and you put one on top, you reinforce it. Then you got a wider one like this one. Same thing, angle, a grinder. You split this. A grinder. And you could use these. You know? So, you know, I could bend it and reinforce it, or if it breaks, I cut it. I'll do a clean cut, join them together, and then I could reinforce it with, you know, I have these pieces. Of course, you know, you take one of these L brackets, with the grinder, you cut it in half. Now you have two pieces to reinforce the boom. All right? So I have right there, so I'm going to save it. I know that I had them somewhere in the boiler room. Yeah. RT08. I have a dipole in the attic. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's a trombone. Glenn Miller. And you know the thing about those, you know, they're lightweight aluminum, so you know, of course, they're gonna be. I expected To be honest, I expect it to be here slightly damaged. Because what are the odds that they put it in a long box like that? The box is not even bubble wrapped or anything, and they probably toss that box around like nothing. It doesn't. There's no indication of it. It's it's horrible. Yeah. Elmer Town. Yeah, me too. UPS is usually the worst around here. Yeah. Yeah. DJ Multi. I'm gonna say DJ Mota. DJ Mo. I'm gonna say DJ Mo. I have an 05 element FM antenna in Spain. You can't find directional FM antennas. No, they're around. It's just they're expensive. They're not cheap. They're expensive. They're expensive. That's why I bought that one, because that's a 4 element. I bought that one and it's around $50. I don't really want to go over $100 for an FM antenna. I figured that's the most I can spend on an FM antenna right now. So otherwise I was thinking about building one. Maybe now that I have a second one, maybe I can use kind of like maybe build one compared to that one. So maybe I can take the dimension of that one and kind of say, oh, maybe I can build one, maybe I can make one out of copper tubing. Copper. Maybe I can do one with copper pieces. Maybe do that, I don't know. Or, build up, maybe make a longer one. Instead of 4 elements, maybe I can add more. I don't know. I think it's something to think about. Yeah. DJ Mo. I know some companies are garbage, but I don't know what's wrong. But you know what? You get what you pay for. I paid a little less. Next time around, I'm just gonna buy from Amazon. I pay a few more dollars. I'll get it from Amazon. Amazon shipping, believe it or not, they've been very good over the years here. They've been very courteous. These people didn't even ring the doorbell. I have a Ring doorbell. They didn't even ring the doorbell. The first one, they threw it over the fence. Next door, they just threw it over the fence. And I have a Ring doorbell. This time around, I waited. This time around, I was waiting. I was upstairs in the living room. I had my phone with the Ring doorbell, the screen waiting. And finally, I came down here. I did the app, and I saw the truck was a block away. Then I went outside. I waited for him right there at the door. The minute he came backing up, I was already outside waiting for him. Because I wasn't going to let him toss it over the fence again. So, he just handed it to me, and that's it. But the first time, he didn't even ring the doorbell. He just threw it over the fence. Which they're known to do that, especially FedEx. I had stuff. I had a little ice, those little ice makers. It's a little refrigerator. The freaking idiot tossed it over the fence. Of course, it got damaged. It got dented in one corner, and they want to send me another one, a replacement. And that one still works, so I gave that one. My wife gave it away to somebody. They're very careless. But I never had that issue with Amazon. Amazon always rang the doorbell. And they'll call me. They'll say, hey, I'm right here outside. Can you come out? And I'll tell them, no, just leave right there. I'll be right out. Okay. And they always call me. They'll ring the doorbell and they call me. Amazon. I never had issues with Amazon in terms of shipping, delivery. They always very courteous. Never had attitude, nothing. Yeah. So yeah, the new one is damaged. RT's away, but it's slightly damaged. That one is okay. That one is gonna go up in the roof. That one will be on the roof. But I'm gonna bend the thing a little bit, and if I need to reinforce it, I'll just use a couple of these pieces. Cut it with the grinder and use a couple of pieces, and then I'll it'll reinforce it. I may do it anyway, even if I bent it, because now I'm thinking, even if you slightly bend it back, that is now the weak point on a windy day. So I may reinforce it anyway, even if I could bend it straight. I think I may do that anyway, just peace of mind. Yeah. Yeah. DJ Mo. I have received some things broken also from them from Amazon. In fact, my FM donor antenna broken. I got a partial refund. Yeah, I mean, I got stuff damaged before. Well, I talked about my tape deck, my Optimus tape deck. Some idiot, but that one was packaging. That was just poor packaging. The guy just put the box. He put a tape deck inside a box. He put a little paper bag around it. That's it. He didn't bubble wrap anything or whatever. See, this antenna, I think even if they would have bubble wrapped it, it still would have got damaged because I think whoever handles these, I don't think it's a UPS now. I think part of it is the warehouse. I think it came out of their damage already, and then UPS just put the finally nail on the coffin. I don't know, but I won't be buying from them anymore. And by the way, that's the first thing I bought from Newark.com. I won't be buying anything else from them. There was another antenna I was really interested in. It's a big VHF antenna. For television, VHF is very big. Has I forgot how many elements. I think it's like, is it 8? I forgot how many. It's really big. It's like $54. I was like, wow, not good. But I'm not buying it now. Now, no way I will buy it. Not after this. No, that's it. I'm done. First time, you fool me once, okay. Shame on me. Second time, no. That's it. There's not going to be a third time. That's it. I'll pay more money somewhere else. And I'll probably go Amazon. But yeah. RT08. I called C Crane after Amazon kept shipping their radio in a soft mailer. Oh my god! And it crashed 2 times. Then I ordered it. Yeah, well, sometimes even Amazon drops the ball. But yeah, soft mailer. Oh my god! Radio like that. Yeah. DJ Mo. My antenna is a Televis brand. Yeah, that's a good brand too. Do you know that brand? Yeah, I know that brand very well. That's one of the best FM. That's one of the best TV antennas out. I was looking into buying one actually. I think it's the Dat Boss. It's called Dat Boss. And then they have one now with you could extend you could extend it. It's like a VHF to add to it. Anyway, it's very expensive. They're not cheap either. They're very good. Yeah, so I know Televis. It's a great antenna. They're a great company that makes great antennas. Yeah, and they're very expensive, but they're good quality antennas. In fact, Antenna Man was the one that Antenna Man was the first one that I heard about the brand. So yeah, I was looking into one. Now I don't need one because I'm very happy with the RCA. It did the job. But that was going to be one of my next purchases. It was a Televis. Because you could buy that Boss, right? That Boss, but that's UHF only. I think UHF. And then they have an element. They have a VHF extension. It makes the antenna longer, but it also has VHF element. And so but that's not cheap. It's Televis is very expensive. But they're very high quality antennas. They are very high quality. Yeah. So that's great that they pack. Yeah. So that means that, but they're high quality. I know Televis is very high quality. Antenna Man, he loves the company. DJ Mo. In fact, the folded dipole is also known as the trombone dipole. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, it kind of resembles a trombone. Let's see what else. Let me go here. RT08. Yes, DJ. They sell them in the U.S. local homes. Yeah, but you can also. Yeah, so they're Televis all over. You can buy them everywhere now. But they're price range. They're expensive. What I mean by that is compared to the RCA that I have, yes. Elmer Time, did you see that did you see the creator of Ham Clock passed away? That means that Ham Clock will stop working here shortly after. Not Ham Clock. You talking about the? Is it Ham Clock or you talking about the Innovato? Because Ham Clock is open source. The software is open source. Now I know the owner of Innovato. That's the guy that makes the device. He makes a device, a small box. It's Innovato. I think that's the name of the company, Innovato. So the owner of that company, he did take a break. I remember a year ago, was it? Because he was, he was battling cancer. So he told me he passed away. Okay, so he passed away. But he made the device. It's a box. Innovato. I think it's called Innovato, the company. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, but you don't need the Innovato box to run Ham Clock. I run Ham Clock, not on this computer, but on my Dell. What's the name of it? Is I forgot anyway, the Dell computer I have down there. That one has Ubuntu Linux. No, is it Ubuntu? Yeah, Ubuntu. I got Ham Clock on that one. I've been running it for 2 years, and you don't need Raspberry Pi 400. I could run Ham Clock here if I want to. So Linux, Debian distribution. Anyway, Ubuntu, Linux Mint. I ran Linux Mint. I ran Ham Clock on Linux Mint on Ubuntu. So, but you talking about Innovato? I think because that was the news was Innovato, and he had back orders on there. It makes it convenient. It's a little box. It's a little Linux box. And I think he was selling the kit. He was selling one with a wireless little keyboard, I believe. It's something like the one. Anyways, over there, I think. Where was it upstairs? Anyway, I think you're talking about Innovato. The guy that was making them, he passed away. But a Ham Clock itself is open source. That's what he uses, Ham Clock. But that software is open source. Oh, they don't care. Anyway, let me finish reading the other part. I'm sorry. That means Ham Clock will stop working here shortly unless someone replicates the program. Again, anyway, I don't know. But yeah, Ham Clock itself, the software, is open source. So if you have a Linux computer, any Linux computer, you just maybe I should make a video on installing it. It's not that difficult. You just install it. You go on Linux, command line, you type it in, it downloads the Ham Clock, then it compiles it, and compile and install. And then when you run it, you run at the resolution you want to run on. It supports several resolutions. And then, in my case, I set it up for my computer to, every time my computer boots up, it automatically opens it up as a service. And that's it. And then I go to my other computer and put in the IP address of this one. Well, the one that has Ham Clock. All you do is put in the IP address /live.html. Is it? And that's it. And it opens it up. So any computer, you can just put in that IP address for this one. Is the IP address and a port number? Anyway, it's something like that. And that's it. It opens up anywhere. So it's open source. So it's just I think you're talking about the device. But that's why I looked into buying the device, but then I was like, because I was gonna buy the device, but then that's when I heard he got sick, and then he said, he took a break. He said, no, I'm gonna have back order and whatever we'll order, this can back order. So that's when I started looking for alternative, and then I decided. I found a Reddit post, and then I went down, the rabbit hole, and I found a website where they have the installations, and I went through there and I installed it. So I installed it myself on a Linux machine, and it updates. And by the way, there's several updates. It updates itself. Once you put on, update, and it updates. It only takes a few minutes, not even. Yeah. RT08, why everyone with cameras don't understand why they don't care. It don't care. It don't matter. They don't care, you know. Now, of course, can I report this guy now? I can't, but I think this one now, now is not the driver. I think it has to be either where they loaded at, UPS, or, because this one he handed it to me. This one he handed it to me because I was waiting for him outside. I think this is either during the transit here or the warehouse itself. They're damaged at the warehouse. But either way, it's not acceptable for me. I would not buy. You know, right now I'm looking at they're gonna have to give me a refund, or I cannot recommend them, and I'm gonna make it clear. I'm gonna point to this video, and I'm gonna put the timestamp. I'm gonna say I just unboxed it live again. This is the second unboxing I did, and this is the second time it got damaged. And they're gonna have to give me a refund, otherwise, you know. And I think even if they give me a refund, I don't care. I would not recommend buying from them now. I'm sorry. I cannot recommend buying from Newark.com. Any antenna that's there, Newark.com, they have good prices, but I would not recommend this 2 times in a row. That's it. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say UPS is a 100% blame. I believe the second one now, I think, is a warehouse issue. And that's it. So, but the second one is fixable. It's more fixable than the first one, so I will fix it. Even if I have to reinforce it with cut these 2 pieces and reinforce the boom portion of the yagi, so that way, you know, when we do get a high wind, that even though you kind of bend it back, that's a weak point, right? And the high winds can just bend it again. So I'm gonna reinforce it with that. I will be reinforcing it just to be on the safe side. So yeah. Yeah, I'll call you DJ Mota. Yeah. Yeah. Hello to you, next 72. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. So let me see the time here. 11:23. Oh yeah, getting close to the boiler room time here. Ooh. I'm charging my phone on the other end over there, so I should go check real quick. But before I do that, let me read a couple of more comments. Excuse me. So yeah, so the second unboxing, slightly damaged. Although this one is more fixable than the first one. But I definitely do not buy anything from Newark.com. I will not buy any more. No more antennas. I'm not buying from there. And I had an eye on 1 or 2 more antennas. But I'm not going to. No, not after this. So that FM dipole is going to go up in the spring. The other one, when I fix it, I may use that as a project somewhere. Maybe point it in another direction with another radio. And, you know, whatever. You know. It's unfortunate. $50. $50 for 2 bent antennas. Elmer time. Elwood Downey was his name. Okay. So I think it's the Innovato. I think it's the guy from Innovato. I mean, I could look it up real quick. Let me look it up. If I go Innovato, I think that's the name of the Innovato. Right? Let me see if there's any. Let me go to the website. Yeah, I see his name. That's the creator of the ham clock. So right now I'm confused if it's the Innovato or... Anyway, Innovato Home. Okay, so the Innovato Quadra 4K is now sold out. And the online store is closed. Okay, and then I'm going to go down to... So this one is sold out. And online store is permanently closed. For support, go to forum. Okay, let me see. And but I want to see if there's any news on the Let me go to okay, let me go to I believe the ham clock itself is open source. Well, if it's not, you better download and keep it. Let me see. Okay, I don't get much information on this one. Let me go to let me see. Let me go to Reddit. This was a day ago. Okay, so he is the creator of the ham clock itself. Okay, so it's not Innovato. It's well. All right, so yeah, I'm reading it now. Okay, so there you go. So yeah, I'm reading it right now. So yeah. So the ham clock has reached end of life. Last release is version 4.22, which that's the one I downloaded. That's the one I updated. All ham clocks will cease to function in June of 2026. So yeah, Clear Sky Institute. Okay, so yeah. So now, I think somebody's gonna take the mantle. I think somebody's gonna take the mantle because it is kind of open source. It's not, it was, they distribute it for free. It's just they don't. I guess the person, I guess somebody can take over. Yeah. I think somebody can take over. Of course, in my case, I know we have Simon's world map, but that's just the world map. That's just the map. You can put a few things on it. It's not ham clock. I know people talk about, Simon's world map. It's okay. I have Simon's world map. I put it on right here. Look, this is Simon's world map right here. Let me open it up. Simon's world map. Where is it at? Right here. So that's Simon's world map. There is a whole bunch of options up there. Okay. But this is Simon's world map. This is Windows. Whatever. Okay. Is it ham clock? No, it's not ham clock. But it's free. Do I really need ham clock? No, I don't need ham clock. I'll tell you why. For me, I don't need ham clock. I never needed ham clock. Between PSK Reporter, when I want to know when I want to know where I'm being heard, PSK Reporter does a great job. So that part of it, PSK Reporter. Right? PSK Reporter. I get all the how many times I've been heard, and PSK Reporter, right? So this is more for so I can have this and PSK Reporter and I'm good. To be honest, that's it. I don't need anything else. You see what I'm saying? Don't need anything else. And they're both free. The whole the sun, the it's right here. Everything's right here. Look, all everything's right here. Solar flux, blah 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 blah. Everything's right here. I don't need it. I don't need it. So I don't need it. So that's why PSK Reporter. If I want to know where my signal is going out, PSK Reporter does a great job. Does a great job. It does a great job. So there you go. So for me, honestly, all the time, I don't, I installed it. It worked good. But do I really need it? No, I didn't need it. I didn't need it. I didn't need it. I didn't need it because I could have set up a separate. No matter what, there's another website. I forgot what it's called, Ham Dashboard or something. And that one you can incorporate stuff in there. And I remember I mentioned it here. And that one, some guy just wrote the code for it. And that one you could incorporate whatever you want on it. And it just basically slices up the screen. It has a whole bunch of screens of. But that one I found it to be, when I was doing a live stream, it was very memory intensive, and it killed my live stream. But that's more of like coding, like web like JavaScript and stuff like that. It wasn't really, but you just gotta. The only thing you have to find is the sources if you want to customize it. But I did that. I demonstrated it, and it worked. It worked until I put it on the same computer that I was live streaming on, and. But yeah. But I don't need all that. I never need a ham clock. I don't need it because I do PSK reporting. Also, in my case, I could put Simon's World Map, works fine. We don't even need Simon's World Map. I don't need it. It's there if I want it. It's there. But I want to, if I want to look like a nice shack, I pull one screen Simon's World Map. PSK reporter will be on this screen, and then PSK reporter. If I'm doing single sideband, put on single sideband. It's where I'm being heard. Because, PSK reporter is just that. People monitoring all around the world if people can hear your signal. Or see your, hear your signal. Hear your signal. Hear and receive your signal or whatever, whatever. Same thing with FT8. When I do FT8, I PSK report. I see, okay, look, I'm getting out over here. I'm getting out over there, things like that. I never had a need for a ham clock. I just played around with it, and then that's it. So, I know it sucks that he passed away, may he rest in peace and all that, but, it's, I thought about buying the device, but you know what, in looking at hindsight, I didn't buy it. I learned to put it on the computer. That's it. So there you go. Yeah. DJ Monty, there's a new receiver from Mala here. It's called the Light Mala. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. M-Light 880. It seems to be an interesting receiver. It has a little spectrum and a lot of function. Do you know anything about it? Yes, I heard it from same guy that, I hate talking about other channels, but here goes. The one that I'm always skeptic about, Tech Minds. The reason why I'm skeptic about him because he does shill. I know people want to hear that, but he does show, when you receive everything, I'm sorry, and you say, interesting receiver. The price is ridiculous for, he's basically an SDR in a box. It's an SDR, but people always want it. There you go. People wanted that, right? Oh, I can put a little SDR on a little portable radio. That's it. And it's just it's not even a color screen. It's a monochrome screen. That's all. That's all it is to me. That's it. It has a spectrum. That's it. That's all it is. Just a radio with a spectrum. And, and I keep saying it because there was another live stream that I used to go to, and there was one particular person that was, they should put a. Here we go. I'm gonna say, let me get my radio so I can demonstrate. Oh, we could put an SDR on a radio like this. And it'd be so cute, and have a little SDR screen right here, like, the waterfall. That's basically what we're talking about, the spectrum in the waterfall. And a radio like this. Yeah, that's fine and dandy. If you want an SDR so you can see all the stuff there. You know, when I have a radio like this, I don't want a waterfall. I got that on the SDR. I already got all that. You know, the original model hit, the two versions, they were SDR and they had a nice colorful screen. That's okay. Now they're trying to make it like a monochrome screen and all that. 100, I think it's listed at 100. What is it now? 150. What is it? What is the price on that? Is it over $150? It's SDR. It's just a, you know, it's just a radio like this. That's it. It's nothing special about it. I saw it. I was like, okay. I saw like the first few minutes and then I moved on. I didn't watch the whole conclusion because I read the comments and right away somebody mentioned the price and I said, yeah. And you know what? I take, you know, with him, I have to, like I said, I don't like talking about other people, other channels, but you know, I'm very leery when it comes to his reviews. You know, he's, you know, I just don't. I'm sorry, I just don't trust. I have a trust issue with that guy. Shilling everything that he gets. You know, of course, it's a bigger channel. He's gonna have more bigger following, and company's gonna send them the radio like that. All right, listen, you know, they send them everything else, every other Mala hit he ever had. In fact, I bought that Mala piece of shit because of him, the first original one. I bought it because of him, and that's when I got burned. And that's why I don't care for that. Don't care for, you know. And that radio right away looked gimmicky. I said, I want a monochrome waterfall. Monochrome waterfall. I mean, seriously, why would I want one? You know? You know, I like these radios for a reason because there's no waterfall in them. I like this radio. Even a TF6686, people say that's an SDR. That's not an SDR. It's just a nice display with all the information on it, especially RDS stuff. It's not an SDR. Why would I don't want an SDR. I tried the SDR thing. I tried the portable SDR, the model here. I didn't like it. I just don't like portable SDRs. If I want to get a portable SDR, I'll take my laptop with my SDR. That's it. That's the best you can get with not even a tablet with SDR. Oh, well, that's okay too. A tablet with an SDR, with a, you know. But yeah, I wouldn't. And I'll leave it at that. All right, moving on. Yeah. Yeah, summertime, June 2026 is the date all ham cloud will cease to function. Yeah, so people that bought it, that's it. They're going to have a brick. $49 and change. Now you're going to have a brick. This is why I don't like. That's why I was like, once he said it was in back order, I was going to pull the trigger on it. And then I was like, nah, I don't want it. Then I figured out how to install it. I said, you know what? Why would I buy it if I could put it myself? But that's it, you know. Now people are going to be stuck with a brick. That's all. It's unfortunate, but, you know, that's what happens. You know, it's unfortunate, of course, that, you know, of course he passed away and, you know, God, you know, may he rest in peace and, you know, praise God to his family and all that. But, you know, people that bought the device, it's a brick. It's going to be a brick. That's it. Wipe it out, put some other version of Linux in there or something. I don't know. T-Ready 972, I got some good medium wave DXing earlier last week. I haven't checked tonight, though. I'm going to be listening in a little bit. Actually, it's getting close to that time for Dr. Sky. So, yeah, so Elmer time. All ham clocks are stopped functioning in June of this year. A separate posting, Bruce Kemp, KC3JS, announced that he was halting all sales of turnkey. Yeah, until there's a replacement. I think somebody's gonna be able to carry the code because it looks like it's open source. The code itself, you know, it's just somebody just takes over the code and that's it. You know, honestly, I could run it and it'll run fine. Now, wherever it's connected to that gets the data, that's the problem. Is that if this guy was the one that had the server running for the data, that's it. All they have to do now is just change where the information is coming from. That's all. It's not a major overhaul of the code. It's just, I guess, the sources that he got the data from is gone. It's gonna be gone because maybe he owns the domain name and the website host or whatever. I don't know. Until somebody else takes over, and then I forget about the device. I'm talking about the code. In other words, what I downloaded and installed. Yeah. Okay, so you guys talking among yourselves there. DJ says I already watched the video on it. Is a bad thing. Yeah, it is expensive. It's ridiculous, and I wouldn't. No, he's not rolling your money. I mean, he is probably rolling your money too. He's getting all that stuff. He gets all that stuff. He gets all that stuff. Cause he's I was watching some other. No, he gets all that stuff. That's all shipped. He has all those people sending him stuff. You know. The thing is, I used to watch him more, but I never seen them get critical over anything. He's always favored what he received. He never I never seen him bash a product. And you don't have to be, in my case, me, but you don't have to be like me, totally bash it like being. You could be more subtle about it, and he's never done that. He's never every device he ever, including the one that I bought, and he reviewed it. I took his word for it, and believe me, it's horrible. It's horrible, the product that. And once I saw several people say the same thing, that it's horrible, I lost trust in him. And then I seen a few videos that he talked about a particular product, and you could tell it's gimmicky or it's overpriced SDRs. Because that's another thing he talks about, a lot of different SDRs. Like there's some SDRs that are ridiculously priced, and they're not even HF SDR. Some of them it starts at 70 megahertz and it goes up to whatever. And it has like 4 connectors and it's a transceiver one also. And we're talking about sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I'll stay away from that MLA 80. I'll stay away from that. Overtime. I also heard the MLA looks like a great radio. It's gimmicky. I think it's just gimmicky. It's basically you take this radio like this, you get rid of this, you put the SDR in there. The SDR itself is probably a cheap RTL SDR. It's not gonna be nothing that's gonna. It's not gonna be something that's or Mala hit, whatever the Mala hit is. I think Mala hit is also RTL based chipset, so it's basically the same thing. It's just you're rebranding an RTL SDR with a monochrome screen. That's what you're doing. That's what I think, and that's it. I see through that. I'm not impressed by it. No, I'm not rolling in money. I'm not rolling in money. I thought you meant him rolling in money. I don't know if he's rolling. No, I'm not rolling in money. I would not buy that receiver. If they want to send me one, fine, but I would not. I'm not even going to reach out to them and even ask for it. I'm. That's one thing I stopped doing. I stopped reaching out to all these companies. I don't reach out to no companies no more. I did that before. A couple of them send me stuff, but now I'm at the point now where I don't even want to do reviews anymore. Unless a company wants to reach out to me and send me something that I wouldn't mind reviewing, because I don't want any more of these either. I still get those offers for little things like this. I don't want no more of them. I'm done with that. So there's a few radios that I wouldn't mind having. I already named them in the past. I'm not gonna name them now, but there's a few radios that I wouldn't mind trying out and having. Am I gonna go buy them? No, I'm not gonna go buy them because I don't need, I'm happy with what I have. And like I said, the direction of this channel is not about radio reviews only. So, and so on, it's not even about. But yeah, I'm not gonna, but yeah, I saw that radio. I saw it a few days ago, and I was like, okay. And 5 minutes in, I couldn't watch the rest of the video. I couldn't watch it. To me, it was just, okay, another gimmicky radio. That's it. Elmer Time says, I understand. I like your ham radio. Yeah, this is Simon's World Map. This is free. You can customize it there's many ways to customize this. I just have it this format. You can do many. And then, of course, I have PSK Reporter. That's the website you go to, and that's it. I don't need anything else. I really don't need anything else. Yeah, Russian. Malahit is Russian. DJ Mo. I have a Kidosin too. Some time ago, I bought a mini radio SI47. I have one right there. I have the original one right there. It's affordable for me. It has big potential thanks to its firmware. Exactly. I find radios like that more enjoyable. Like this one. I love this radio. This is what I'm gonna have. When I'm in the whatever. This one and the other radios that I've been having for the last couple of years. I don't need an MLA 80. It's I don't know what the price is. Let me look it up real quick. Let me just look it up. I can tell you right now what the price is. Because I saw a comment right away and I said nope. MLA is it 80? SDR. There you go. MLA. And I don't see no price on it yet. I don't see no price on it yet. So Banggood has it for $219. Yeah, I don't think so. $219? No, sorry. Nope. Sorry. Not gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah, $219.09. Yeah, let's forget about that. No. Yeah, MLA 880. So Banggood has it. They have it listed in Banggood for $219.99. So yeah, the SI4732 is a nice little radio too. It's another radio that people go crazy over. I was on the originally I was in the Facebook group, but I left the Facebook group because it was just getting crazy. It was, you add this firmware, you could do the FTA decoding. Oh, you could do CW. Oh, come on, it's a little freaking radio. Come on, just some point it gets crazy. I'm gonna say, come on, enough of that. I mean, it's cute for what it is. Of course, they have revisions now. They have more the metal case and all that. It's gotten better. One that has the Aoki database on it for all the stations. So when you tune, you can get the IDs of the station, all that. It got to the point it was ridiculous. Every firmware was like, at some point it just okay. Enough is enough. Okay, so it was a server. Yeah, that's probably why it's a server, and since he's gone now. Unless anybody knows how to admin the server, or they have, maybe that's it. Maybe, nobody else has, or whatever, that's it. It's gone. Yeah. So it's 210. Okay. Yeah, that's it's okay. I'll pass on it because to me, like I said, it's not like I said, it's just an SDR radio with a monochrome screen. Another SDR portable radio with a monochrome. To me, that's all it is. And I gotta be skeptic about it. When I look at SDR now, what I have, the RSPdx, S by HS Plus Discovery. I think you're not gonna get better than that. You might get, I should have said that. You get slightly better than that, but the price is gonna be dramatic. That's what I mean to say. So, for example, the RSPdx, that was a $250 SDR when I bought it. You know, they have SDRs that are slightly better than it, yeah, and some of them that are better. But now we're not talking about another. You know, we're talking about $600, $700, $1,000. So that's the next price point of the high SDRs that are more high quality. At that point, I'm not buying no high quality SDR. For what? Medium wave? Would I get everything here? Medium wave? Long wave is no longer here. We have no long wave at all, not even navigational beacons. Shortwave, there's not much on shortwave now. So you're just wasting money. That's me. You know? So that's why I think the bar of SDR now, we're at a particular point where I don't think it's gonna get better than that. Because it's not much to listen to now. You know? It's not much to listen. You understand? It's like having a telescope. You can have the most expensive telescope in the world, but if you go outside and you live in the middle of the city, guess what? You still got street lights, light pollution. You still got street lights, traffic lights. It doesn't work. You need to go to an area where, same thing with SDR. Where I live at, the SDR is not going to get better than that. What I got is not going to get better than that. You know, even if I want to get a Perseus SDR or whatever, it's not going to be much better. And I've been told that too, by the way. People that owned them, they told me to say, Danny, it's not going to improve a whole lot. You're doing pretty good with what you have. And I was like, yeah, I know, because, you know, so, and then I know that SDR that's in a little radio like this, it's not going to be a high quality SDR. It's going to be the same SDR that the Malahit color screen has. It's going to be the same chip. It's just a screen and they put it in a different package. That's all it is. That's all it is. Just another way of rebranding their line. That's it. Radio Raising the Dead. Hello from India. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Radio Raising the Dead. You know these are damn cheap in China open market. It's only the website that ship. Yeah, exactly. They are cheap to make. It's just and of course the tariff stuff and all that, you know. It is what it is. I'm gonna read a couple of comments and I'm out of here because I'm gonna go to the next room and see if I can set it up before Mr. Sky comes on. So yeah. T-Rating 922. I still haven't bought an SI 4732. For some reason, I don't feel like I need to get one with all the firmware updates. Yeah, exactly. You know, I wouldn't go out of my way to get one. I got mine because it was curiosity. I bought the original one. Will I buy another one now? No, I wouldn't buy another one. You know, I wouldn't. It's just a different radio. Just a different radio with a different chip. That's it. And that one does single sideband. It's the good thing about it's so small that it does single sideband. It's cute. Is it a DXR radio? No. So that's why I was like, okay, this is not gonna be your AM DX radio or even an FM DX. No, it's not gonna be any of that. So yeah, I wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't get it. Unless you like tinkering with it. And like when I first did it, yeah, I did a couple of updates on it, got a couple of update videos on it, and that's it. Right there, sitting there. I'm probably never going to use it again. Yeah, but again, Radio Raising the Dead, I have an opinion. You can buy whatever USB SDR. That's true. For portability, the Malahit is a great SDR. But I found that the Malahit is overpriced. I found that the Malahit, even the better one, is overpriced for the chipset that's in there. I can tell you right now, they're using the RTL SDR chipset. So it's basically you're buying an RTL SDR in a box. That's basically what you're doing. The reception quality on it is not the best. It's not. You cannot compare the reception quality to RSPdx or the S by HF. You cannot compare them. Believe me, I have the original Malahit. Night and day. You cannot compare it. So it is a cheap SDR that's in there. It is packaged and it has a nice screen that you can touch screen. It is nice, appealing to look at. But the SDR itself is not a good SDR. Not by a long shot. It's not a good SDR. So, and that's when they lost me. If you never owned an SDR before, and that's your first one, then you're going to be impressed. But for me, I already have a few SDRs. So when I got that one, I expected that performance to be on par. And it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. It was poor. And that's why I don't recommend them. If you already own SDRs and you bought, SDRPlay ones or AirSpy ones, you're going to get disappointed with the MLA hit. And that's what happened to me. So, yeah, you can defend it all you want, but no. You know? And like I said, for me, I like using SDR at home or when I travel, I take my laptop in a hotel room. That's it. The reason why I like SDR because you have a spectrum. Here's the number one reason why I like SDR. And that goes for people like Michael and I. I love to DX medium wave. I love to DX the whole band. I love to DX. Well, with FM is 10 megahertz at a time only. You only could do 10 megahertz because of, limitation on. The reason why I like SDR, number one thing, is I could record the whole the whole medium wave band. I could record it and then play it back, and I could see where I missed out. I say, oh, not only I caught Cuba on this frequency, I caught this station over here. You can always replay the whole spectrum. And then you can, that's something you cannot do. That's something you only can do with an SDR. You understand? You got the whole spectrum there, but you can record the whole spectrum, the whole AM band, top of the band to the bottom of the band. You can record the whole thing, and then you can play back whenever you want, and then you could, make a little video on that. And I've done that quite a few times. That's what appeals to me with the SDR. FM band, you can't do the whole FM band. It's too big. It's just too big in terms of the file size. So you're limited to 10. I know with the SDR that I have now, you're limited to 10 megahertz. So 10 megahertz is, on an FM band, that's what? You're a few stations. A few stations. And then, and since it's a bigger, audio quality and all that stuff, it's going to be a huge file. You can do it with FM, but you really got to have a lot of storage because it's going to eat up storage fast. On medium wave, it works best. It works best. So you could set it up like to record every top of the hour, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes before the top of the hour to 1 minute after the top of the hour or so, whatever, or 2 minutes after. You could set it up for overnight from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Boom, 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 top of the hour, And then at the end of the day, you gather all up and just sit there and listen to it. And tune like you're tuning live, but you can jump around now and pause and say, oh, yeah, look, I caught something here. That's the appeal about the SDR. You're not going to get that with a standalone radio. With a standalone radio, you have to be there. That's it. You got to be there and catch it, and that's it. With SDR, you can record it while you're sleeping. That's the beauty of it. So there you go, Michael. So I'm going to read one more thing, and I'm out of here. Because right now, that's it. Matter of fact, I'm not going to change every firmware. That's DJ Mota. I'm interested in decoding more signal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool. TV radio, it says, Michael says, SDR seems to be most useful for FMDH. And by the way, there's a lot of other stuff you can do with it. So I'm just talking about one example of the SDR. There's a lot of things you can do with SDR, including tracking planes. Tracking planes, that's another one. There's a lot of things you can do with SDR. All right, so I am out here. I am out. I am going to the boiler room now. You could give me a couple of minutes. I'm going to set up in there. Hopefully my phone will be charged. Actually, before I even do that, I'm going to go over there real quick and see if my phone is charged. Oops, sorry. I just tripped over the thing. know what? I'm gonna leave the stream on here. No, I'm gonna leave this. No, I'm gonna leave the stream here. I'm gonna leave it on here. My phone is 47%. I can't take that chance. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna play Dr. Sky right here. All right, that's it. So don't go anywhere. I'm gonna put Dr. Sky right now. So let's go, Dr. Sky. I'm gonna put on this radio with the good audio. Actually, I'll do it on this one.
More deaths blamed on the.
I'll do it right here. I don't have to worry about battery life. Yeah.
A federal judge in Los Angeles
There you
following
go.
his arrest for
Dr.
the
Sky.
Minnesota church protest.
Let me turn off some
Here's
lights.
a portion of Lemon's blog.
You heard what some of the folks said in there.
Dr. Sky, right? We'll do it right here.
You know, that
Why not?
this is, they shouldn't be there, and, you know, they shouldn't be uncomfortable, and this is our house, and whatever. That's what protesting is about, is to make people uncomfortable. You may not like it.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed Lemon and 3 others were arrested in connection with an anti-ICE protest 12 days ago at the city's.
See right now to Dr. Sky. He was a guest on Coast to Coast. He has his own show on WABC from midnight to 2 a.m. Saturday morning and Sunday morning from midnight to 2 a.m. Yeah, he's been out for a few months now. But I've been doing Dr. Sky in the boiler room. You know but I'll do it here. He, if you heard, I know you heard Coast to Coast. He used to be on Coast to Coast. He still goes on there. He's a famous guest on Coast to Coast. His number one thing is astronomy, but he talks about everything, UFO, everything. He's like Coast to Coast, but it's Dr. Sky. So, yeah. He's all, it's somebody I like to listen to that's not into. Remember, WABC right now, it's on the weekend mode now. So yeah, so Dr. Sky.
Make promises they don't keep. James Flippin for 77.
Radio Rising the Dead. By the way, I have an FM Omni antenna installed. Yeah, I have one. That's what I have up there now. I have an omnidirectional FM dipole. And of course, now I have an FM Yagi. I will be, replacing that one with the Yagi, and then that one I use it for something else. But I do have a omnidirectional FM antenna. I'm not gonna be able to read everything because I don't want to interrupt Dr. Sky. So as soon as he's on, I'm not gonna be reading every single chat because I want to listen to it too. It's, and enjoy the show. I'm gonna be on for a couple of hours.
Are feeling a little bit down lately, you might.
I need to get a new charger for my phone. Cause my phone is at 47%. It should have been 100% already.
And if you're feeling cold fatigue,
all right.
You're not alone. Experts say the frigid cold impacts our physical and mental health, with about 40% of us experiencing mood decline. You might be sleeping more, or you might be losing interest in your hobbies, for instance. Meantime, a leading psychologist at Northwell Health says, believe it or not, try and get outside during daylight hours because sunlight can boost your mood. She says we can't change the weather, so accepting that it is cold can help. Also, the good news is winter does end. Lisa G, 77 WABC.
How's the audio? The audio's okay?
Removal operations could continue for the next couple of weeks. Some parts of the city received as much as 15 inches of snow, and it's got to go somewhere. That's why the Department of Sanitation is working to melt it.
One of the unique things about the snowstorm was it brought frigid temps afterward, as we are today. Cold temperatures have made it very difficult for any of the snow to melt.
DSNY has set up 8 melting stations across the 5 boroughs, which consist of so-called hot tubs. It then gets processed into the sewer system. So how did Wall Street end the week and the month? John Terrett reports.
The big story of Friday was the nomination by President Trump of conservative economist Kevin Walsh as a replacement for Jerome Powell at the Fed. That may have had something to do with what was a big sell-off on Friday, plus end-of-the-month bookkeeping. Dow, Nasdaq, S&P all in the red, but they had a great January. And then as the closing bell rang, Peloton announced it was cutting 11% of its workforce. Peloton, a darling of the COVID era, now, of course, struggling because we've all gone back to work, basically. Looking ahead to next week, the tech earnings continue. We get Alphabet, Google on Wednesday, and Amazon on Thursday. John Terrett, 77 WABC News.
In sports, the White House has announced a partnership with Fanatics, America 250, and and major sports leagues to mark the 250th anniversary of the United States. The initiative will feature a USA 250 logo patch that will appear on uniforms and gear during marquee events. It will be displayed for the first time at the upcoming Super Bowl. Your forecast: overnight clear skies, but bitterly cold, the low down to 8 degrees. Later today looks like a mix of sun and clouds, the high 20. Sunday cloudy, windy, possibly a dusting of snow, but the storm will miss us, and the high will reach 24 degrees. Right now, clear skies outside of our Midtown studios. I'm Lisa Ritchie. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Always look to the sky. The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
From our powerhouse, Blowtorch, Talk Radio 77 WABC, broadcasting, of course, from the center of the universe, New York City, to the nation and the world, and I'm sure out to the cosmos. Welcome to another edition of the Dr. Sky Experience. Heard proudly on this radio station. If indeed you have questions and comments during our 2-hour adventure, the contact number, as always, is 1-800-848-9222. And we hope to give you good reason to contact our very special guests as we continue down the path of broadcasting subjects from the world of astronomy, space, aviation, weather, celebrity guests, and stories of American exceptionalism. We love, in the 4 forms of conversation, we kind of like dialogue, along with critical thinking. That makes, I think, for a good 2-way conversation. Welcome once again to Theater of the Mind, as we like to call it. If you'd like to email me, that's simple. It's just drsky@wabcradio.com. And to listen to previous iterations of not only the Dr. Sky Experience, but what about all the other great hosts here, 24 hours a day, wabcradio.com and redappleaudionetworks.com. Thanking our helmsmen ahead of time, Tony and Bill, navigating, as we mentioned before, this powerhouse signal from the center of the universe, New York City, and to you, the nation, the world, and out to the cosmos. You know, folks, I'm still celebrating my birthday, and hopefully you're doing the same if it is your birthday. I've been on this planet for some 25,568 days, and hopefully the ticker keeps on counting. And if it's your birthday, all the best for health and happiness in the coming years, and as they say in that science fiction episodes, and many of the episodes of Star Trek, live long and prosper. Tonight's adventure, ladies and gentlemen, moves more to the celebrity guest side. In just a moment, we'll be introducing our very special guest, an iconic broadcaster for well over 58 years. He's just written a new book called An Accidental Career, My 58-Year Adventure as a Broadcast News Reporter. Who is he? Al Eisner is the history of media coverage in L.A. His memoir, An Accidental Career, his 58-year adventure as a broadcast news reporter, tells the story of Eisner's multiple award-winning life and career in broadcasting. First in radio, and then for more than 43 years in television as a fixture of the Los Angeles news airwaves. It charts his extraordinary life, beginning with his upbringing in Pittsburgh and Dallas, through more than a decade in radio throughout Texas, and then beginning in the 1980s, he was a news reporter, first at CNN in the early days of the 24-hour news network, and then at local radio and television stations, particularly television, KTTV, Fox 11, and KCOP, Channel 13. Along the way, he covered many of the most consequential stories of the past 4 decades, plus including the trials of O.J. Simpson and Michael Jackson, as well as fires, earthquakes, and school shootings. He's also interviewed dozens of celebrities, both in their homes and on red carpets, and including the gentleman who I would love to have the opportunity to interview, Dick Van Dyke. Let's welcome to the Dr. Sky Experience, legendary broadcaster Hal Eisner. Hal, thanks for staying up with us. I know you're on the West Coast.
Hey, you know what? I've been excited about this. I've been looking forward to it. And don't let me get away tonight without telling you about my interview with Carl Sagan and my experiences with Star Trek.
Well, you know something, my friend? I wish we had 100 hours, but we'll do as best as we can here, and you'll be the judge of that when the hour's up. I want to thank the Hollywood publicist that we both know and like so much, Harlan Ball. Over the years, he's provided everybody out there in the broadcast world with some of the greatest guests. So I appreciate Harlan. Let's hear about your story, Hal. How did you get started in this with some definitive, background on yourself? I think this is fascinating as we listen to your broadcast.
Well, when we talk about accidents, we're not just talking about car crashes and things like that. An accident can simply be a detour, something that was inadvertent that you didn't expect. When I was in high school, I sure thought I was going to be a lawyer. I was kind of planning to go to college, go to pre-law, go to law school, and that sort of thing. But I was in the high school band. I played saxophone. I was at the football games every Friday night. Yes. And the local radio station that was top 40 there, KLIF, had a contest. And the contest was send in a postcard. Tell us why you want to become a person to report your high school football score on Friday nights. And I thought, well, that sounds like fun. So I entered the contest, and I may have been the only one from my high school that actually sent a postcard, but I won. And because they pulled my name out of that box, it changed the course of my thinking about going to law school, and one thing led to another thing. And anyway, that postcard is the reason you and I are talking tonight.
Absolutely amazing. Questions and comments, ladies and gentlemen, as we dig deeper into Hal's brain, his experience as a broadcaster. And you may have many questions you don't necessarily always hear. You may hear these individuals talking on the air, but you don't really get to know the background of so many. And that's why we thought it'd be important to bring Hal on, telling not only his story, but that of so many celebrities that he's been around. And your questions and comments always here at 1-800-848-9222. Hal, let's start the program off on this. Let's talk about journalism then and journalism now. And I go into this deeply, not in a political way, but just to understand, has there been a dramatic shift in your mind in what the qualifications should be for broadcasters? I mean, we go back to Edward R. Murrow, people wearing suits, Tellus gentlemen with fedoras, and all things like that. Describe the transition as you better explain it to all of us.
Well, I think it's not about what you wear. I think it's about the way you act and what you think. And, the journalists today who are mainstream journalists, we're not talking about, the people that opine, the commentators. We're talking about the journalists who are out there on the streets getting stories down there in Times Square or wherever. And they still have to get two sources to be able to corroborate the information they have. And there is still ethics involved. And for those of us who have been on the street, who have to do these things, there's a drill. We're professionals, and there's a drill. We're first responders just like police and firefighters. But, we have to be responsible. And if we're not, we're subject to being dragged into a courtroom and being sued for libel, slander, whatever. And I think that the important thing is to recognize that there are people in the media who go out every day with the goal of trying to get it right. And if there's a mistake, and we're human, then it's their job to turn around and correct it as quickly as they can on radio or television. But, I've never been sued in 58 years, and it's because I try to do my job the way I'm supposed to.
Absolutely, Hal. Interesting, ladies and gentlemen, as we listen to a man who's been there, done that, and then still doing things. We'll get into his projects that he's expanded on after his retirement. But let's go to this one. Everybody out there with probably the sound of not only this radio station, powerful as it is, they're concerns about AI. So let's talk about this in your opinion. That's all we want to hear. About AI's intercession in the newsroom. I mean, has this weakened the ability for journalists to give good information, or do we just grab the information off the computer, hopefully not, and just read it as if it was actual fact? To talk about the intercession of AI in the journalism world today.
Well, I think it's one of the things we're fighting. I mean, I'm on the national board of SAG-AFTRA, the union for broadcasters, and that's one of the things we're fighting. I'm guessing you do not use AI in your newsroom there at WABC.
I don't know the answer to that, but let me say this. To all the other people that I talk to in the broadcast world, they're saying that's slowly creeping into the equation, and probably more so, Hal, you would be better judge on this, into the television news world where these scripts are written off the teleprompters, which necessarily are what? I mean, I can't say for sure. That's why we ask you. That whole intercession of AI.
I don't think that. I think they're still written by writers.
Okay.
I've not seen AI write a script that we put on the air for breaking news. I've not seen AI write a script that some anchor is going to read. It is still a process of writers putting together stuff in the studio for the people who are anchoring. It is still the journalists, the big J, the people on the street like I was, are going out, collecting the facts, writing the story. If AI is being used, I could see it being used like Google, for the looking for more source information, to try to verify what you want to know, to try to find the historical facts of things you don't understand. And I still think you have to get a second source. But the point being that I don't think it's invaded the newsroom so much but I think we're concerned about that.
It's a very good point.
I think that's why unions like ours are trying to push back on that and try to keep things as purist as we possibly can. But I got to add to that, technology does change, and it changes things, and technology improves things, and then sometimes it takes away from things. But technology always happens. I mean, there's changes every few years, and they're dramatic. That's why we have new phones every September. That's why we have technological changes in photography. And so I think that, you know, it also creeped up in how many people are working, because we used to have 3 people in a crew. You'd have a photographer, you'd have somebody who was holding the microphone, you'd have a reporter. And then that whittled down to 2 people. And now that's down to, in some places, 1 person in an MMJ or multimedia journalist capacity doing all those 3 jobs at the same time, because the equipment is so much smaller and miniaturized.
Sure, and a lot of television stations are using robotic cameras. I was just interviewed, as I do a lot.
In the studio.
One of the Fox affiliates.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing. You see the robotic camera moving across the floor, and you go, what happened to the person who's moving it? It's done.
Well, I can tell you what happened to the person. I mean, I had a show on Sundays for 8 years, and there were people behind those. And then the robotic equipment came in, and then instead of having somebody behind the camera, they were in a control room controlling those robots, because how many times do you have to move those robotic cameras around?
Yes.
You're framing up an anchor. You're framing up a wide shot. It's not like breaking news where you're out in the field and you're trying to follow the flames. You're trying to follow the police car going by. It's a very different science.
Let's go into the mind of Hal Eisner, ladies and gentlemen. Your questions and comments, always welcome here, about a legend in broadcasting, and we'll bring him on here, as we're very proud to have him describe his book, An Accidental Career, his 58-year adventure as a broadcast news reporter. Let's go back in the time machine and talk about, not to make you that old, I'm just 70 right now myself, and wow, I'm just hoping to be the living being of health and happiness here, but that's another story. So what's it like living in Dallas as a kid? And you have, what, a story about the JFK assassination in '63, as many?
I do, but for one, I've been your age several times, so you're still a youngster.
There you go.
When I was 13, my dad moved us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Dallas, Texas, because he got promoted within his company. And so we all picked up and moved to Dallas. A couple of months later, the assassination happened. And I was in a science class. My science teacher was a man named Mr. Hoffrichter. The principal of the junior high school was Lloyd Bell. And all of a sudden, out of the middle of nowhere, Lloyd Bell gets on the PA system and says, there's been a shooting. The president has been shot in a motorcade and headed to Parkland Hospital. And we all were just like stunned. And you could see Mr. Hoffrichter, the teacher, bury his head down into his hand. And that sort of sense of depression is what collectively I think we had in Dallas over several days as we watched this play out. Now, I'll tell you a couple of more personal or closer to home sort of things connected to that. My family went to a synagogue in Dallas, and it happened to be that Jack Ruby also went to that synagogue. And it happened to be that Abraham Zapruder also went to that synagogue, Zapruder being the one who shot the film of the president being mortally wounded. So that kind of brought things a little closer to home, as scary as it was just happening in our own city, just to think that it was that close. But, you know, it was upsetting, it was frightening. I think that, you know, those of us who were there certainly remember, and I have lots of books in my bookshelf that are Kennedy-related just because of all of that.
Yes, we've done a lot of interviews, Hal, on our shows talking about people. Of course, I was talking with Hal offline about this, off the air, that we had interviews with the people who were in the Secret Service, and, of course, the gentleman who, of course, jumps on the back of the limo to protect Jackie Kennedy at the time. He became a good friend over the years, and he wouldn't want to talk about that, Hal. I asked him straight up. I said, do you believe that it was just Jack Ruby and, I mean Oswald, and who are the other people involved? And he didn't want to talk about it, so that's interesting. Very interesting.
Well, it is interesting, and I think there have always been those questions. You know, I know who you're talking about, and I have always been fascinated by him. I've read material about him, and I think that you know, there have been all of the conspiracy reports. There have been the grassy knoll stories. There's just a lot of questions around the whole thing and the Warren Commission, but at some point, you just sort of scratch your head and say, okay, so what really happened? And I think that we're trying to flesh that out. I mean, I, for one, know the story of what happened with the single bullet, but did that really happen that way? I was a kid. I was 13. And, I've always kind of wondered about these things.
Oh, it's an incredible story here. We continue here with our very special guest, Hal Eisner. He's describing his 58-year career. Proud to have him and call him a friend in the broadcast world, sharing with you not only stories that we're talking about here in his early childhood, but also, as we move on, talk about CNN in the early days, and it's transmortified, as many people say, into something entirely different. That's a political commentary, I guess, for another time, but talk about your time there. I mean, the great stories. We watched it. I was amazed when I first saw CNN on the air. I said, wow, how can they do 24 hours of news and keep the place open? So they did.
Well, they did, and it was sort of like news radio becomes news television. It was very similar to what was going on back in the day, where you had stations across the country that did news 24 hours a day. But my story is even different because I came from radio. I didn't have any television background, and it happened to be that one of my news directors had gone to work for CNN, and he thought I had the skills and I had what it took to try to do that job. And so he offered me a job to come to Los Angeles from Texas, and I was like a little anxious about it, but I did it. And it wasn't easy. I mean, first of all, you got this very fast-paced march of get the stories, get them edited, get them on the air, get them right. And I'm still trying to figure out how that all works because, as you may know, in radio, we write to the imagination. If there's a fire down the street, we might say the flames were licking out from under the stairwell and draw a picture in your mind.
And that's why we call this theater of the mind, Al. That's what I like to call these particular shows, because you're exactly right. You want to put a feeling in something that you can't see, right?
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that's very descriptive. And I think what I'm going to say here is that with television, if a picture says 1,000 words, then it's up to the reporter to come up with another 1,000 words to make that story more meaningful. The picture, it's not like radio. It's like television. You see it. Now what am I going to tell you? And that took some exercising. That took some mental exercising to learn day in and day out how to do that, what to do, how to get in front of that camera, how to do the interviews properly. It was sort of learning on the job, and that doesn't happen, but it happened because the guy that brought me in believed in me, and I certainly didn't want to disappoint.
That's amazing what Ted Turner started back then, and I remember this. I mean, not to go back too deep into time, but was it in the early 80s, or was it the late 70s that CNN became reality?
Well, it was the early 80s. I came in at the end of 81, started on the air on January 2nd of 82, and so it was maybe about a year old at that point, or approaching a year old at that point. I'm not sure the exact start date, but I was in the early innings.
Well, Hal, let's go on to the happy side here, if I call it that. That's your interviews. So many wonderful people that you've had the chance to interview. But may I start and take the liberty of asking you about one person that I would love to have met, or still could meet, if the timing was right. And that is the great Dick Van Dyke. Talk about him. It's amazing.
Dr. Sky, you wouldn't believe it. I got to tell you, through an intermediary, I found that I had the opportunity to connect with Dick Van Dyke, and I watched him growing up, and I thought, what a wonderful interview for my Sunday show. And so I asked my friend if he could help me connect, and he did. And so a camera and I, we go out to Dick Van Dyke's home in Malibu and knock on the door, and the door opens, and how do you think he might have been dressed?
Probably what, in a pair of shorts and flip-flops? Am I thinking right?
No, you're close, because he was like in jeans and barefoot.
Okay, there you go.
Very, very earthy.
Very relaxed.
Very earthy, and and so he invites us in, and he shows us around, and he's got knickknacks and little figurines of characters from Mary Poppins and Stan Laurel pictures, who was his mentor. And I mean, just an amazing place, almost museum-like, but just wonderful and cozy and comfortable. And during the course of that time, we did a couple of really cool things. First of all, we sang Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious together.
Try spelling it, right. There you go.
And then he showed me how to do a little soft shoe, and I did a little soft shoe with him, and got to understand, I'm 2 left feet, so, you know, for me to dance along with him was just a delight. I mean, this man was a delight. He was 91 years old at the time, and, you know, when we were talking, I said, you know, you think you're going to make to 100? I mean, I hope you do, but do you think you're going to get there? And he said, I hope so. And when he hit 100, I was so happy for him, and
yes.
Well, you know his birthday is December 13th, right?
I didn't know that either. That's interesting. Yes.
Yeah, well, you guess who else is a December 13th baby?
Who, you?
Me.
That's what I just said. No, that's interesting. Wow. No, but the legendary...
You're answering all the questions right. But I mean, absolutely. So I felt a connection to this guy. Mm-hmm. And I felt he was so warm and friendly, and just everything I thought he would be. It was just such a wonderful and memorable experience for me.
Well, it's interesting. I spent a lot of time with Hugh Downs and had, you know, become a friend of his, if I can take the liberty at that. And every time I would meet him, I would do these presentations on my science and, you know, sky and science and space. And he would come in these senior communities where he lived, and he would sit there. And I was just I have to be frank and always honest here. I was nervous standing in front of him because he was the head of the National Space Society. You know, the listeners may know 2020. And he looked at me and he said to me, don't be worried. He says to me, just carry on, be yourself. And I think that's so important. But a man like that, supposedly, I guess you could qualify it, they said in the Guinness Book of World Records, he, I think, has most time on television and radio than any human being still to this day. What say you, Al? I think that's correct.
I'm not sure that I know the data for that, but I can tell you a similar story. I was at the Golden Globes, and I must have been a little anxious. And the way that works is the reporters, the camera crews, they line up like a buffet line. And the stars and the nominees, et cetera, they come down reporter to reporter to reporter. And so George Clooney was right to the right of me. And I must have looked like I was a little anxious, that I was worried maybe he wouldn't talk. I don't know what my physical was, but in the middle of a question pause that he was doing to the guy to the right of me, he tapped me on the arm. And he said, you're next, not to worry. And he gave me a little wink. And that, you know what, that always stuck with me. I believe not in great stories, but great moments. And when I was in New York, back when George Clooney was doing Good Night and Good Luck on Broadway, I happened to be there. I went to see that. I had a few rows back from the front, and I kept thinking about that moment with George Clooney as I was watching him perform on stage, because sometimes in this business, we're lucky enough to be able to meet people that give us memories.
You bet. It's amazing. Al's book, ladies and gentlemen, An Accidental Career, his 58-year adventure as a broadcast news reporter. Privilege and honor to have him here talking about his legacy in broadcasting, not only in radio, which we all love here, obviously, but they're moving on and moving to that next generation of television. A big difference, right, Hal? In simple words, as you described before, not necessarily does every radio person effectively do what? As good without training in the television world, but there are some exceptions, right?
Well, I think look, there's street smarts, okay? And if you come into this with the knowledge of how to get a story, how to corroborate a story, how to be accurate with the facts in a story, how to make sure that what you're saying is correct, you can learn how to do the skills necessary to hold a microphone, stand in front of a camera, think in terms of how to write that script, and then have it edited. It's not an unsurmountable leap or an insurmountable leap. It is just simply different. And I think that's what I was trying to say. It's kind of like, learning how to do something you've never done before and being a little intimidated by it at the same time, but still desirous of overcoming it and showing your mettle and proving to yourself that you can succeed.
Absolutely, Hal. Ladies and gentlemen, you have questions and comments. That's what this show is all about. The callers rule, 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-9222. And in just a moment, Hal, as you know so well in the broadcast world, we do the thing called a hard break. Some people know about soft breaks, but in just about another minute or so, we will be doing that. But can you promise me one thing? When we get back, let me hear some of your stories of some of these other things that happened in the Los Angeles area, like the LA riots, and of course, the big news story, of course, back then, O.J., Michael Jackson trials, lots more to talk about here on the Dr. Sky Experience. And again, ladies and gentlemen, your questions and comments. His website, Hal Eisner, that's Hal, EISNER.com, to learn much more about him and the book, The Accidental Career, his 58-year adventure as a broadcast news reporter. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this particular radio show in our Theater of the Mind moment now takes an intermission on Talk Radio 77 WABC, the Dr. Sky Experience. So right now, there's time to go to the snack bar, and we'll be right back.
All right.
The views and opinions expressed.
There you go, Dr. Sky. James, you're not calling in tonight? You gave up on that, right? Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes he's busy. See this topic? I think you'll get through tonight because the topic is not the best topic. He's just talking about. But by the way, he has a 2-hour show, so usually the first hour he'll talk to this guy, and then the second hour he'll talk to another guest or another topic. Usually he doesn't go the full 2 hours with one topic. So that's another thing. So I know sometimes there's certain guests that he's talking about this kind of like it's not the best subject. I like when they get into astronomy and that type of stuff. So sometimes not every guest is a great guest.
President Trump in battle.
So this is more about news reporting and stuff like that, which is not the best subject to listen to. But yeah, sometimes he has great how you say, great guests and great topics. Cheers. Yeah. But sometimes they have great guests and really great topics. Especially when they talk about the, physics, space travel, things like that. Time, some conspiracy stuff too. It's basically like coast to coast. It's coast to coast. But he was a guest. He was a frequent guest on Coast to Coast. He still is a guest on Coast to Coast. He's on other shows a lot. But WABC gave him his own show. So that's why he's on Saturday mornings from midnight to 2. And then tomorrow, or, tonight, later on, for Sunday, midnight to 2. But he's on the weekends. And then from 2 to 6, or 2 to 5, it's TJ McCormick. So, it's just he talks about anything. So, yeah, I like Dr. Sky. I think it's a good addition to WABC. So, I like that. I always like the Dr. Sky, especially when he goes on Coast to Coast. Of course, later on, he'll talk about the night sky and what stars you can see out there tonight. Which I always enjoy that. I like when he talks about the night sky. Pretty cool. All right.
This is the Dr. Sky Experience. Always look to the sky. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
Hi, this is Hugh Downs. You're listening to Dr. Sky on aviation and space and life.
Remembering not only my birthday, but how about you, ladies and gentlemen, as we cover this radio show called The Dr. Sky Experience. Here's a quote that I think you'll find appropriate. A journalist covering politics, most of us are aware of the necessity to try to be sure we're unbiased in our reporting. That's one of the fundamentals of good journalism, said by the great, late Walter Cronkite. Another great guest that we have here, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to the top of the hour, Hal Eisner, a 58-year career, that is, in broadcasting with his brand new book. Al, thanks for being back. The phone lines are lighting up, so let's say good morning to Al in Yonkers. Good morning, Al. You're on with Hal. Al and Hal, how about that? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Dr. Sky. Nice to speak to you and Hal. You know, Hal, I've never been able to get out to L.A. One day, it's a dream of mine to get out there. I've seen San Francisco. But I wanted to ask you, in your long, successful career, you probably met all different political figures and talent people. Who would you say was your most interesting politician you interviewed, and like a talent person like Johnny Carson? I was a big fan of the great Johnny Carson.
Great stuff, Al.
Wasn't he amazing? Oh, I love that guy. You know, as far as I was not a political reporter, I would cover if a president came to town, I'd cover the news conference. But I wasn't really that wasn't my lane. You got business reporters, you got political reporters. I was what they call a general assignment reporter. And you know, I interviewed many politicians over the years, and I don't know that I particularly had a favorite. So I hate to disappoint you on that. But you know, I think that, you know, we get to meet an awful lot of people, and I'm trying to remember the first part of that question because I got sidetracked on the politics part. But Dr. Scott, give me a hand here.
Yeah, go ahead, Al. Repeat that for Hal, if you don't mind. Go ahead, sir.
Oh yeah, I just, you know, being in L.A. is such a dynamic city. So many famous people live out there. So many different occurrences have occurred. You know, we had the riots. You know, you had the fires and all. Just basically, you know, you probably had covered so many talented people in the talent industry, and it's, you know, just who you thought was like an interesting person, like Dick Van Dyke. Any other example?
Martin Sheen. You know, I happened to get some information that Charlie Sheen was very worried about his mom and dad because we had the Woolsey fire going on in Malibu. It was a really bad fire, and it was tearing down buildings and homes one after another, and it was a really bad one, yeah. And you know, he was saying he was worried about his dad and mom because he had no idea where they were, and that word got to me. And while I was out in Malibu, I was looking around to see where they might have gone. And Zuma Beach, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that place, but it's a huge parking lot. And me and my camera crew, we went over there. And sure enough, I was able to track down Martin Sheen. Martin was also on the SAG-AFTRA National Board. We never knew each other because it's a big board, and we never really interfaced, but I found him. I tapped on the window. I said, you know what, your kids are really worried about you, and I wonder, you know, if you're okay, if your wife is okay, and would you like to get out here in front of the camera and tell the kids you're fine? He thought about that for a second. He got out there, and he did that, and I think it was a really nice moment of dad and kids because, you know, he recognized the fact that his kid would be worried about the safety of their parents. And it was something that really resonated with me. I'm a dad, you know, and I think it really stuck with me as a real connection between the kids and the parents.
Well, beautiful story, Hal. Let's continue. Thank you, Alan Yonkers, for being part of the Dr. Sky experience, the full board calls. Let's say good morning to Pete in Staten Island. Good morning, Pete. How are you doing? You're on with Hal.
Hey, Dr. Sky, yeah. I just woke up and I heard you talking about Dick Van Dyke, and I hope he's still alive, you know, because that's the only time anybody talks about those actors that entertained us so much. I wrestled as the Black Demon in the 80s, and I'm at Boston Garden. I'm wrestling with Johnny Ross as my tag team partner against the Moondogs, where Lou Albano was their manager. So I look in I never looked out in the crowd, but I look in the first row, and there's Dick Van Dyke.
Wow, now that's a story. Wow.
Yeah, so I decide to throw the wrestler outside the ring and drag him over to Dick Van Dyke. So Dick Van Dyke, he picked up, he saw what I was doing, you know, so I'm wailing away on the guy, you know, and I says, I motioned to him, I says, help me out. So he grabbed him and he was pulling him, and I'm trying to, you know, wrestle him, and Dick Van Dyke, and the crowd is cheering because Dick Van Dyke is helping me in this fight, you know. So I was a heel. But I ended up playing good. I wrestled as, I did the undercard, like I did the dark matches. But I did have opportunities. I wrestled Andre the Giant,
Wow, you got a heck of a story. You'd be a good interview, too. But, Pete, that's amazing. What a heck of a way to meet Dick Van Dyke, right? What do you think there, Hal? That's pretty wild.
Well, I think Dick Van Dyke, this is my impression, loves people, has always loved people. And when I've seen him around people, he just interacts with them and interfaces with, it's like he doesn't walk past them. He walks through them. And I feel like Dick Van Dyke has always had this thing about loving the people because the people were his customers, his audiences, and what a successful guy. And he made us laugh, he made us smile. I think the world of Dick Van Dyke. And to have seen him myself, like you did, I think it just stays with you.
Pete in Staten Island, that's a heck of a story, my friend. You brought some smiles to a lot of people and some great information. Thank you for being part of our show. Let's move forward. We say good morning to Martin, all the way in cold upstate New York. You're on with Hal Eisner. How you doing this morning?
Hey, Dr. Sky, good morning. Al.
Yeah.
So Dick Van Dyke, you said his mentor was Stan Laurel?
Well, no, not Stan Laurel. Laurel and Hardy. So it was Stan Laurel. He has pictures of Laurel up on the wall, and he does that face of Laurel, and he liked him a lot, and he talked about him a lot, and he talked of him almost as if it was somebody that he liked and patterned himself in certain ways after. So maybe I'm using the word mentor, but I think he in other interviews has suggested that as well, and I've seen some other interviews where I've heard this connection.
Martin, what a great guy, Dick Van Dyke, right? We've been talking about his life, and imagine meeting him. Hal knows the story, but you get the last word. Go ahead, Martin. You're still with us.
Yes, sir. I want to get into Star Trek and Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Star Trek.
Okay.
Star Trek, the original series, dealt with a very heavy subject every episode. And it wasn't about the special effects. It wasn't about special effects. It was about the acting. It was about the script and the writing, and they were diverse. You had Scotty, you had Chekhov, you had Sulu, you had Lieutenant Uhura.
The whole cast, right?
It was the ensemble. And, I got to tell you something. Maybe this is my chance to pop this in here. But I did a lot of stories about Star Trek because they shot it down the street at Paramount. And we had it on the air, and I did a lot of tie-in stories during rating periods. And finally, I had a producer who asked Rick Berman, who was the executive producer of Star Trek, if I could be on Deep Space Nine as sort of an extra. And maybe do a story about what it's like to be an extra on Star Trek. And I did that. And they put me through makeup, and they put me through costumes, and they dressed me up as a Bajoran. And they wrinkled my nose, and they dressed me to the nines. And I tell you, I had so much fun doing that on the set at Paramount.
Now, that is the coolest thing I've ever heard yet. Here's a reporter, folks, that gets to be part as an extra, as you're describing. That is just off the charts. And I hope somebody said to you, live long and prosper, but I guess that's a whole different episode, and we'll talk about that.
Except that George Takei and I have been friends for a long time in the sense of people who have kept in touch, and he was on my Sunday show a number of times. I would cover him when he was in the cars in the Pride parades in Los Angeles and in Hollywood, and there were plenty of times that when we said goodbye to each other, up would go the hand and we'd say, live long and prosper.
Now, we got about 2 minutes before the little break. You know what that is, of course. That remind you, and the listeners out there can anticipate it. But quickly, I've had an opportunity to interview Shatner, but what about you? You ever have a chance to meet him? I mean, he's in his 90s, and he looks like he's a heck of a lot younger and still full of energy.
Yeah. You know what? I got to interview Nichelle Nichols. I got to interview, of course, George Takei. I never got Shatner. Never got to talk to him. You know what? It's still going to happen. Although I'm not an active reporter anymore. I'm retired, so not likely. But I always enjoyed him. I think all of them were great. And I think, what we were just talking about a moment ago. It's the ensemble of Star Trek. It's the connection between the people. It's the connection between, Scotty and Doc. And, I think that's the stuff that really made it work for us.
It's amazing stories. And that's why it's great to have somebody like yourself and, of course, Hal Eisner here talking about this long career, ladies and gentlemen, more than half of a century reporting not only in the radio world, but also in the television world, doing so much interesting. His website again, Hal Eisner, that's Hal, H-A-L, of course, EISNER.com, to learn so much more. As I mentioned before, we're going to the next break here. We call this in our Theater of the Mind, this intermission on Talk Radio 77 WABC, the Dr. Sky Experience. We will be right back, and yes, there's time, Al, for the people to go to the snack bar or do whatever they do. Don't miss the rest of the show. We'll be right back.
This is 77 W.
All right, hang on, a little break there for a second here. Let me read a couple of comments here. I'm sorry, I missed some. Let me see. James Farley say he's on hold. Okay, cool. Wow, he's trying to get through. Nice. Audio superb. Thank you for that. Radio Raising the Dead. My FM system has a rotator and a yagi. I have it on the same pole. I have the Omni FM a bit lower. I'm thinking about doing that. I have the omnidirectional antenna on the tippy top. I'm gonna lower that one down, and I'm gonna put the yagi on top. But it's gonna be fixed. I don't have a rotator. I don't plan to get one. And I'm gonna experiment with the direction of the because I want to do DXing over the summer, FM DXing. So I'm thinking about pointing it kind of southwest, the yagi, and then the Foley dipole. I'm gonna point it into New York City, and that's it. I'm gonna try that, and then I'll play around with different settings. But I don't have a rotator. But yeah, you get the best of both worlds. I have a combiner here that I do have that right now. The yagi I have, there's a small little, $11 AliExpress yagi. It's not all that. Man, it's pointing west. It works, but.
And you're not just listening to the Dr. Sky Experience. You're having a Dr. Sky Experience on 77 WABC, New York.
Everyone with a cell phone thinks they're a photographer. Everyone with a laptop thinks they're a journalist. But they have no training, and they have no idea of what we keep to in terms of standards. And it's far out, and maybe it's not reality, and they have no dedication to the truth. This is a comment, ladies and gentlemen, from somebody that maybe many people don't know. The journalist, the White House reporter, Helen Thomas, a long time ago. 46 minutes after the hour, we return with our guest, Hal Eisner, talking about his extensive career in both radio and television. Before the hour, Hal, I want to get to some of the other stories, but I want to continue with the callers. Let's go to James in New Jersey. You're on with Hal Eisner. Good morning to you.
Hello, Dr. Sky and Hal. I have a question about Walter Cronkite. Now, I grew up in the space age, when the space race. Now, he was always on TV, and he reported on all, from Mercury to Gemini and Apollo. Have you ever interviewed him or any of the astronauts?
I have interviewed astronauts. I've not interviewed Walter Cronkite. I have his book here because I grew up to him, just like you. I watched him. I sat on my grandpa's knee in a rocking chair and watched him and would watch Ed Sullivan. And I've been your age several times. And so, I go way back there, and I remember Cronkite, and I remember that's the way it is, and, the way he would deliver the news. And he was the most trusted man in America, as he was dubbed. And I think that there's a significance to that, and I'm glad that I have that connect and bridge back, because then it's me that gets to connect that bridge forward. Astronauts, yeah, I've had a number of astronauts I've gotten to meet over the years. I have a friend who's a space shuttle astronaut. But I have gotten to know. Let's see, who have I interviewed? I've interviewed Alan Shepard. It was at an event.
That's amazing. Yeah.
There have been a couple of these guys that have come through at various events and things like that, and I would have a chance to pop a question at them.
That's incredible. James and Hal, I want to mention something. I did have the opportunity to interview Walter Cronkite, and it was centered around the journalism school that's here in Arizona at ASU, the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism, but it wasn't there. It was on the telephone, and I can just tell both of you in the audience, an incredible man. I mean, that voice, you know, even if you didn't recognize, you know, who he was, you pretty much figure it out. But he was suffering, and I don't want to go into some of the personal details. He just had a surgery, and he was complaining and explaining, I should say, not complaining, his issue with the surgery. So still, the man gave me a good half hour on there. But, James, that was interesting, and we've also had some great interviews, just like Hal, with the world of space, which we cover here. James, thank you for being part of the show and bringing that question to the air. Hal, I want to jump back to you, of course, as our special guest. I want to talk about the things, covering the L.A. riots. I remember this. I was here in Arizona at the time. Horrible. You were there, what, right there?
Briefly. James, great call. I like that. I'm going to timestamp that. I'm going to make a short video of it. Great call, man. Great. Awesome. I love it. Wow. Finally, you got through.
Somebody say, how the hell are you? But, you know, it's like, it was scary. It was frightening. Awesome. And let me just give you a couple of examples. I mean, as I was driving from the station through the streets to get to where they wanted me to go, they being our assignment desk, there were sofas burning in the street, and we had to drive around them. As we're going down there, you know, you hear gunshots, you see flames. I remember being at the news van, and I saw a reporter who was really upset. He was a reporter that came in from Las Vegas to cover this, and I took him into the van, and I said, let's talk for a few minutes, just kind of calm down a bit, because I could see that he was really anxious, really nervous, really upset. And so we talked for a while, and I tried to calm him down, and you know what got him? A bullet whizzed right by his head, and he hurt it.
Oh, my God. Nobody knows it like people who are there. I mean, those are horrific things in American history. And moving forward on this, the O.J. and Michael Jackson trials, I mean, that's interesting. It's still fresh in many people's head, and they have their opinions. What say you about that? It's an amazing time in American judicial history.
Well, in OJ, I covered the crime. I covered the murders. I did not cover the trial, and I watched it just like everybody else, and the Dream Team defense, and Marsha Clark and Chris Darden for the prosecution, and, you know, it was a daily event. I mean, you wanted to see what was going to happen next, and so I watched all that, but I was at the scene of the crime, and I remember it just how intense all that was. It was really incredibly intense. Michael Jackson was a little different story for me because I covered him several times. Right. There was a time when his hair was on fire because of a commercial he was shooting. I covered him at the Burn Center. I covered him later in the trial in Santa Maria, and he was acquitted of child molestation there. And then I covered his death. And that was really powerful because I like Michael Jackson. I like that music. It's part of the soundtrack of my life.
What a performer. I mean, who would not love that guy? It's just incredible.
Yeah, but when I would go to the courthouse, I would listen to Michael Jackson music on the way there and on the way back, because in between I'd get to see him in the courtroom.
Amazing.
And I thought that was kind of an unusual experience.
Well, you've got so many experiences to clock in. Rules, as we know in broadcast, and everybody listening, but I want to mention something to you. This is a give back to you, what you do. I want to talk about something. Describe to us what your passion is now. Camp News, what is it? What's it doing to help journalists in the future? And describe how people can at least watch or find out more about Camp News. What is it?
Well, you can find it by just Googling Camp News, but back in the year 2000, some companies were not allowing interns to go out in the field for insurance liability issues and concerns.
I knew it was you. It said James from New Jersey. That's it. I knew. That was a great question, man. Awesome. I'm going to timestamp it. I'm going to edit. I'm going to get a short video out of it, and I'm going to post a short video. Awesome, man. It was great, man. I was like, yeah, James. He got through finally. After 3 tries, right? Three times you called, right? Third time is the charm. See, you got through. I'm good. Especially a topic like this, you know. And it was a great question, by the way. Awesome question. That was you. You was great. You was great, man. Great. And by the way, I love your voice. Nice.
Telling the story and getting something on video that they could take to a small market and show us what they would look like on TV since they had no experience, and that was so popular. Man. We worked with Pepperdine University and created an anchor camp because they had an anchor studio, and so we had an anchor camp, we had a reporter camp, we did them both in English and Spanish. We added in a radio camp when there were students who wanted to know more about radio, and that's still going on today. The last one was in December.
That's amazing. So people can go there. You're both on X and, of course, on Facebook. I think those are the 2 locations, or just Google it.
Instagram. I mean, what we do is we start registration in August, September, along in there. So that's the time to really be looking at my Instagram and Facebook. Social media is where we put the most effort out there. And there is a Camp News Facebook page as well. But, I got to tell you something. We talk about the quality of news people. I have gotten a barometer every single year when the students from these colleges, ASU, used to send students all the time as a group from their Walter Cronkite school. And I can see that the people that come through each year have the same fire in the belly as I did, have the same brains that you need to be able to get out there and get the information. They have the ethics and they have the desire. And, after seeing these students every year, and these are college students, I'm not worried about the future. I think these kids will have it in their hands. I feel good about it. Even this last crop back here in December, I thought they were great.
One last comment, and it merges onto the political side, and I'll just say it as I want to say it. The Don Lemon arrest, the First Amendment, your opinion or what your colleagues are saying in the broadcast, your circle of friends. What's your opinion of what's going on there as far as the First Amendment?
I think it's disturbing. I think it's it's upsetting when people whose job it is to give information to the public is interrupted in some fashion or another. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say a little bit of a segment from SAG-AFTRA, the union, because I'm on that national board and I represent broadcasters. And what the statement says, it was issued by the union, is that SAG-AFTRA condemns the arrest of member Don Lemon, as well as independent journalist Georgia Fort by federal agents in connection with their reporting of events in Minnesota. This is a union that represents broadcast journalists across the country. We have a lot of them in New York right there. And they perform the essential function of documenting and reporting on newsworthy events as they unfold. The First Amendment protects this vital work, and any attempts to criminalize constitutionally protected journalism threatens not only our members, but the fundamental democratic principles of a free press. And it ends with, we will be monitoring this case closely, and I certainly will be as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I understand many people may agree with what you've said, many may not, but that's why we have a First Amendment, so we can obviously express our opinions and hopefully never have them curtailed. It's the way of censorship. It's interesting how, and really quickly here as we wrap it up here, and again, I hate to wrap things up because I could listen with you and learn a lot from you, and I hope I'm doing a good enough job as we try, and you're a good person who doesn't have to say, oh, Steve, you've done a great job, but I hope at least I've done a competent job.
Oh, Steve, you've done a great job.
What a guy.
And let me just say this. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and I love hearing these people that are calling in, and Al and Pete, all these guys. I'm just really enjoying this conversation. So, yeah, I think you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you to the listeners that helped make this, because I always say it humbly. It's like I think of myself as like an air traffic controller. I'm trying to bring the planes in and get them out, and in those versions, those are the people and guests moving back and forth and try to keep it with a semblance of some sort of credibility and balance, if there is such a thing in this world. You got about 2 minutes, but anybody that you've ever interviewed that actually you were going, oh my gosh, wow, I know you're super confident, but anybody that kind of kept you on the edge of your seat going, wow, this person, I'm a little bit...
I've covered a lot of stories, like Columbine, the shootings in Las Vegas at the Mandalay Bay, or earthquakes, hurricanes. But you know what? It's not about the stories. and it's not about the celebrities. It's about the regular people. And I just want to tell you one little story here. In 2017, Hurricane Harvey hit the Houston area, and I was sent down there to help the reporters who were really getting tired working around the clock to keep people in Houston informed. So I got in there and I rolled up my sleeves and I started doing the coverage in Houston. And on a Sunday morning, there was a church that had been torn apart by a tornado that dipped out from the skies during the hurricane. And so the people who were praying were sitting in folding chairs outside of the wreckage of the church. And so as a trained observer, I'm looking to see who it is I want to talk to. And I saw this little family, mom, dad, couple of kids. And I went over after the service and I said, can we talk to you? And they said, yeah, and they came over. And as I was talking to mom and dad, I could see that the little girl, maybe 10 or 11, 12 maybe, was really emotional. And I really wanted to find out a little bit about what was going on. I said to her, I said, what's going on? You okay? And she just broke into tears. She threw her head on my shoulder, hugged me, and said, I was afraid my parents were going to get killed. I didn't know this young girl. Mom and Dad were right there. I had no idea who she was. She had no idea who I was. But that moment, that will stay with me forever.
God bless you, Hal Eisner, haleisner.com. We thank you so much. I hope we do it again. That concludes hour number one. Hour number two, ladies and gentlemen, we shift gears. Another great guest here on the Dr. Sky Experience. And, of course, your contact information with questions at 1-800-848-9222. And as they say, don't touch that dial. We will be right back.
All right, there you go. First hour over. Hour number two coming up. Dr. Sky Show. James, man, you sound good. You got a good voice, man. You need to do some radio, man. That was a great call, man. That was a great call. Awesome, bro. I love it, bro. Third time is the charm. You tried to call last week, and, it was busy. Hey, you got through today. You got through tonight, bro. Awesome. James Farley got through on Dr. Sky. And like I said, I'm going to timestamp it. I'm going to look after the replay. I'm going to timestamp it. I'm going to try to create a short from it and upload it. And, whatever, you can create a short. And then maybe YouTube automatically highlights it. And, I don't have to do anything. But anyway, awesome, bro. Awesome. I love it. Yeah.
The president signed an executive order Thursday in the Oval Office that calls for a coordinated federal response to drug addiction. And
all right. Let me lower it down like that. So, yeah, pretty cool, man. That's awesome. You got through tonight, baby. You got through tonight. Of course, we're gonna wait for what's her name, Sandra. Sandra from New Jersey. She doesn't call the show. She called here. Sandra from New Jersey, right? She called. Sandra. Yeah. But they usually call the other shows. And I don't think I ever. But then again, she calls every show, so she's called pretty much every show. I don't know if any show that she never called in on. And let me lower it like that. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, 8 degrees Fahrenheit here in Yonkers, New York. Clear sky. So definitely cold tonight. Of course, we're gonna dodge the northeastern storm. It's gonna go south of us. So we might get a little dusting, I think. Excuse me. Might get a little dusting, maybe. If not anything, maybe high winds. That's about it. So, I mean, we're not gonna get the brunt of it, so that's good. And then I think by Monday we're gonna start going up into the lower 30s, which is welcome. Single digits is really wow. I shouldn't complain because of course most of the country, especially you know. But yeah, I am kind of already sick of it. And of course, right now it's the last day of January, the longest month for me. For me, January has always been the longest month of the year. I don't know about you guys, but I always find January to be a very long month. So, of course, looking forward to February now. And then we'll go into March and then springtime. So, you know, it's not that far away now. We're almost there. Another month and a half or so. I'm going to say 7 weeks before we officially hit spring. So, gotta hang in there. Yep. Gotta hang in there. So there you go. Yeah, so anyway, this is my FMDX web server. That's what runs in the back end, SDR. Remember I had the TF6686? So now that the radio's gone. It's in the boiler room now. So now it's the SPI HF Plus that's running the FMDX web server. Of course, when you run an SPI as an FMDX web server, you have to have this in the background running. And then, of course, you know, you can minimize it. It has to run in the background. And there's a plugin for this that goes for the FMDX web server. It's called XDR-GTK server. You need that plugin to run this because you need that plugin to tell FMDX web server what COM port is on. Because by default, the SDR does not have a COM port. It's a USB. So you have to use another program called VPSE to give it a virtual COM port. And then also you need virtual audio cable to pipe in the sound to, and that's it. It's not complicated, but you know, first did this, it was a little overwhelming. But once you've done this, it's you know pretty simple. And of course, this is the activity on the. Oh no, not this one. This is actually this is for CloudFit. It's something else. Right here. So of course, right now nobody's on the FMDX web server. It's nobody on connected right now. So, but yeah, this one's in the background. Alrighty. So there you go. So, and of course, when you connect to the FMDX web server, I have it set up that it is automatically on 87.75. That's where you start at, and then you can tune up. Now, when you disconnect, it goes back to 87.75. Instead of before, it would be like where you left off at, where the next person left off. But I got rid of that. I made it go back to the. Because a lot of people don't know about. There's not that many stations in the United States that go down to 87.75. It's not that many actually. So, and they're licensed. I'm talking about license. So this is one of them in New York City. We have 87.75 WNYZ, and it's Korean language broadcasting. All right, back to Dr. Sky. Hour number 2
continues from the powerhouse Blowtorch Talk Radio 77 WABC, naturally from the center of the universe, New York City, as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, during the early morning hours, as the month of February is just about on the radar screen. The contact number, as always, as we shift gears in topic with another great guest, is 1-800-848-9222, 1-800-848-9222. My email, drsky@wabcradio.com. And thanks to our helmsmen, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate them greatly, and I'm sure you do. Tony and Bill, navigating this powerhouse signal out not only to the city, the nation, the world, and I'm sure even out to the cosmos. As we continue with tonight's adventure, Theater of the Mind, as we like to call it, how about this, folks? We'll be talking about some of the great mysteries, not only of the universe, but how about the mystery of history? A book entitled Tiny Blunders, Big Disasters, the Many Tiny Mistakes That Changed the World Forever. And who is the person responsible for this? His name is Jared Nutt, and he has numerous articles published in national magazines alongside some of America's most famous writers, including in American Greatness Magazine, Human Events Magazine, the Mensa Bulletin, and of course, the American Thinker. He is a decorated combat infantry officer in Vietnam in the 1st Air Cavalry Division. In his civilian career, he has served as a vice president of sales, marketing, and marketing director in the home improvement industry. A father of 5, he lives in the Atlantic area with his wife, Catherine. And with that, to learn so much more about the mysteries of history, thank you, Jared, for staying up with us during this early morning hour. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
Well, God bless you, sir, and thank you for your service, because I've always looked at, I was an Army veteran myself, but certainly did not do the things that you did, flying in those incredible Huey helicopters, and I know I could always hear them, right, sir? When you hear that big rotor slap on the top, you know something's coming. An amazing story.
That's right. That's why I call them choppers. Right.
There you go. So you're interested in history. Talk to us about this, because I'm finding this book to be most amazing. And not to give every bit of the book away to the listeners, they, of course, can go to your website, bigdisasters.com. We recommend that they do that. Obviously, the connection of military and history, but tell us the passion for this, because we're about to hear some things that maybe many people never heard of, little things that caused big things to happen, right?
Yes. The inspiration for the book comes from the old adage that comes down from Benjamin Franklin, that for one of the nail, the shoe was lost. For one of the shoe, the rider was lost. For one of the rider, the battle was lost. For one of the battle, the empire was lost. The empire was lost, all for the want of a nail. That's a nice little saying. But I was always wondering years ago when I first got the inspiration for the book, that's been almost 12 years ago. That's a nice little saying, but how often does it really happen that a single tiny mistake causes an empire to collapse? You'll be amazed how often it happens over and over again.
That's incredible. And not to steal information from you.
James, you sounded great. I said it there over and over. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me. You sound great. I'm going to make a timestamp of it. I'm going to try to put it in a short video. You sound great, man. You sound awesome.
Yes.
And it was a great question, too.
Elon Musk sent out this
yeah, I thought you'd be a little nervous, but no, you sound great. You sounded great.
Constantinople, which was the last vestige of the Roman Empire. And somebody forgot to lock and close a gate in the fortress wall when they were being attacked by the Ottoman Empire. This particular fortress there in Constantinople was extremely well built and well designed, and it stood for over 1,000 years. It withstood 23 different assaults successfully, and he sent out this little tweet with a cartoon, and it showed a soldier in bed with his helmet on, the blanket pulled up, a little balloon over his head that said, "Did I remember to lock that gate last night?" And the answer is no, and that was the end of the Roman Empire. And there was two other examples of the book where gates were not locked or closed that led to the fall of a fortress. And here's another teaser in that connection. That, what outrageous character bought stolen horses from the Comanche Indians using counterfeit money?
Well, that sounds so bizarre even to hear it. Wow, that's strange.
What could possibly go wrong? When the Comanche came back for revenge, this led to set off a chain of events that had a major impact on the history of the southwestern United States. John Wayne later played this very colorful character in a John Ford movie with the help of Natalie Wood.
Wow. So there's a connection not only to Hollywood, but real factual details. It's an incredible deep dive that you have to go through. You just don't find this stuff under a rock. You got to dig. So it takes, a long, long time of research. And you've done a lot of that research in this book, of course.
Yes, I tell people that I have a mind that is a trash bin of trivia, and I may forget where I put my keys, but I can remember things that I read 30, 40, 50 years ago. And plus, we're blessed with internet, which is like this gigantic library that it could research subjects about 4, 5, 6 articles on whatever subject you're looking up pretty easily. So that makes some research much easier than it was for our fathers and our grandfathers. But it was our book 1 and book 2, and I didn't know it was going to be a book 2. Book 1 is doing extremely well. It won 7 awards, and it's sold over 40,000 copies on Amazon.
And then there's kind of a demand for a second book, and we're blessed with, by the way, we look into history, there's just a treasure trove of goof-ups and mistakes that happen generation to generation. And so there's just a rich treasure of all kinds of stories of people messing up here, messing up there, and shooting themselves in the foot. Not, of course, in the political arena, as well as in the medical field, as well as in the navigational field. There's a wide range of human mistakes that are in some ways tragic, but in some ways interesting and engaging and fun to read about.
Well, this will be an exciting hour as it's already underway, ladies and gentlemen. 1-800-848-9222. If you have questions for our special guest, Jared Knott, he's here. His book number 2, and I'll repeat it again proudly, Tiny Blunders, Big Disasters, the Many Tiny Mistakes That Changed the World Forever. And many of the listeners might have some questions out there about things that they were perplexed about. But with your great research, obviously, we'll get to the bottom of it. It's interesting. We go back to that story about a simple goof led to the fall of the Roman Empire. I mean, you don't hear that. Like when we were in school, we read these really serious history books, and we don't hear any of that side. Because imagine if we were younger, and many people are out there, if you read the original thing that you're talking about it was all the downfall because of a gate problem, you don't hear that stuff. You know, you just hear that one army overtook the other because they were stronger, or there's so many people that died on that side, but you don't hear that stuff. That's what makes this, to me, the most exciting adventure.
Yes, it takes history and turns it sideways. You're exactly right. With history, we're talking, here's this major battle, here's this major leader, so on and so forth like that. And you dig into it, you find, well, this got this mistake happened here, this mistake happened there. And that's kind of the dark side, or the underside of what's going on in history. So it can be very fascinating. And let me give you, to kind of brighten things up, let me give you an example of a small mistake that had a very happy outcome. Most of these to disasters and tragedy, but
yeah, we like positives, right?
Yes, it's got a big few raisins in there with the oatmeal. But this one is, if anybody out there is kind of a slob, or his or her wife thinks he's a slob, this is a tribute to my wife might be in that category.
I don't think Jared will get anybody admitting that they are a slob, but any self-accusation I don't think is going to come. Maybe somebody can say somebody else is, but please continue. This is great.
Yeah, yes, the spouse, get the real picture there. But anyway, this is a tribute to a patron saint of sloppy people, but Professor Fleming, back in city London in 1928, was an advanced and well-respected professor in his field in microbiology, but known for keeping a very sloppy lab. And so he's going on vacation to Scotland, and he left a window open to his laboratory, and he had 30 dishes, which were not the dishes that she ate supper from, but petri dishes that had a lot of bacteria smeared all over. But he just left the dishes out there on the table. I'll clean it up when I get back from Scotland. Well, apparently a spore blew in through the window and landed in one of these messy dishes, a dish of bacteria, and the spore happened to be a penicillin mold. When he comes back from Scotland, 2 weeks later, it's time to clean up. What's this? Right in the middle of the dish, the penicillin mold landed and it killed all the bacteria around it. There was like a halo all the way around where the penicillin mold was growing. And he had, of course, the presence of mind to realize, wow, this is a huge, huge epiphany. One of the biggest epiphanies in the history of medicine, and you might even say the human race. There's something in penicillin molds that kills bacteria. Whoa, wow. Like opening up the door to this whole new world. And it took a number of years, a lot of development, so on and so forth. You had to find a different kind of penicillin mold that was far more productive than the original one. And it took all the way to 1942, 43 before they were able to produce it in mass quantities with the help of a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation and the big pharmaceutical companies in the United States. But by 1942, they were able to turn out millions and millions of doses of penicillin, which saved, of course, millions of lives in World War II, and to date has saved 500 million or 1 billion lives
maybe a lot of people listening, lives may have been saved. It not only was penicillin, was the discovery of antibiotics in general. It's a huge breakthrough. It came from a result of a sloppy guy, brilliant sloppy guy. So the next time your wife's getting on to you about cleaning up your closet, just say, yeah, but maybe I'll discover penicillin. I don't know.
No, really. I mean, that's incredible. It's like divine inspiration. Something flies through the window, happens to do something that nobody would have planned to do. So imagine if that window was closed, right? That's the other side of the story. So we would still be wondering.
Neat and tidy. If you've been neat and tidy, the whole thing might have been missed. Right.
Wow. See, ladies and gentlemen, amazing stories of the mysteries of history as we talk with our special guest, Jared Nutt. If you're just joining us, it's 1-800-848-9222. Your questions about these mysteries of history, and he will be giving us so many more throughout this one-hour interview. His book number 2, entitled Tiny Blunders, Big Disasters, subtitled The Many Tiny Mistakes That Changed the World Forever. May I move forward with something that I'm looking at here just to get your understanding of another great mystery that maybe people may don't know about, the importance of powder puffs and lipstick, the Kennedy-Nixon debate. This is interesting, folks.
Yes, it was fascinating. Nixon had been ill. He had hit his knee and injured his knee. He had been in the hospital. He got out of it, and then I think injured again coming into the studio that night for the debate, the big debate between John Kennedy and, of course, Richard Nixon was the Vice President of the United States. And he was already kind of sick-looking, and he was asked if he wanted to have makeup put on. And John Kennedy, who was well-tanned, had said no, he didn't want to have makeup on. And Nixon had come a macho thing, well, if he's not going to have makeup, I'm not going to either. Well, he looked very tired. He looked very sick, very pale, and by the way, at the last minute, Kennedy had them, his assistants, apply makeup on him, so he looked fresh, strong, and vigorous, and Nixon looked weak and tired and sick. And so there's kind of an old conclusion, a rumor that those people who heard the radio debate on radio thought that Nixon won. People who saw it on television thought that Kennedy had won. There's never any actual surveys to verify that, but there was a lot of anecdotal information that was the case. Well, they had a second day, a total of 4 debates. And, of course, the second debate and third debate, Nixon had learned his lesson and had makeup on and won. All experts think he won the second and won the third debate, and the fourth debate they considered to be a draw. But the damage was done with the first debate. Now, Kennedy, quote-unquote, won the election, but he won it by an eyelash, and a lot of people said it was a false eyelash with the help of Sam Giancana of the Mafia, and they won Chicago. They stole a lot of votes in Chicago. Also, Lyndon Johnson was stealing a lot of votes in Texas, a lot of votes stolen in Missouri. So it was now pretty much clearly established that they stole an election, but it would have gone, you can't steal a landslide. You have to steal very close elections. It would probably have been won by Nixon if he had just put makeup on and performed better visually in the debate. I might mention also, I talk about that in this chapter, that according to Seymour Hersh, Nixon accepted a $100,000 bribe. That's kind of a plot of that particular chapter from a Romanian industrialist who wanted to remain in the United States.
The bend is toward the, and this subject is kind of, no, the bend is toward the front. I'm going to say, what is it? Yeah, like toward the front, well, not the last one, the other one, the latest one. It's a little bit toward the front. It's between the, I believe the first element and the second one, something like that. It's all the way in the front. This mount, and you can offset it a little bit here and there. See? It's adjustable. It's okay. It's not going to be, but there's a screw that goes in. So, the boom goes in here. So it's fine. It's not in the middle. So the bend is toward the, when I'm looking at it, it's toward the front. Wait a minute. Well, actually, it might be toward the back. Yeah, it's toward the back. I'm sorry. Toward the back. It's toward the dipole. So it's 4 elements. You got 1, 2. You got the dipole. Then you have one more element. That's the reflector. So it's toward the back. So it's okay. It's not a big deal. Sorry about that, folks.
Seeing how the difference of the opinion when you're listening on radio, Nixon, many people thought won, and then of course watching television, the power and persuasion of television over radio, these little things that matter in history. We're talking with Jared Nod, ladies and gentlemen. He, of course, we're talking about the mystery of histories as you talk with me and everybody else out there. Your questions and comments, very important to us. If you've got a conundrum about history that you think fits into this conversation, let's see what Jared Nod has to say. But a little special surprise, I wanted to leave this for the appropriate time, and it's now. If they go to your website, bigdisasters.com, History Aficionado Fun Quiz. Tell us about that, because people who have a fascination with history and think they know it all, or know a lot, they'll be pleasantly surprised, I guess, don't you think? Talk about that.
Yes, if you go to tinyblundersbigdisasters.com, tinyblundersbigdisasters.com, you go to the website, and it has 4 free chapters there. It has a portrait gallery with 27 personalities with a little bit of dirt on each one. I'm half kidding about that. We have dirt on a few, not all 27, and we have a fun quiz there, and they ask various kind of oddball questions. There was a President of the United States that was very good at spitting tobacco juice across the Oval Office, and he kept a sandbox in his office, and he could spit, 10 feet away.
Wow, that's amazing.
You wouldn't want to get him mad at you, I guess. And there's President of the United States, just kind of picking one personality out of that portrait gallery.
So it's actually on the side.
Eisenhower was known for his famous infectious grin. You couldn't. General Montgomery said if you couldn't help but like him if he just smiled at you. So he's known for his famous grin, very likable individual when he wanted to be, but he also cultivated a reputation for being very unforgiving of subordinates who let him down. So if you went to work for General Eisenhower, if you went to work for President Eisenhower, your B+ game would not work, your A- game wouldn't work.
Yeah, it's not the case with this one. That's the other thing too. That's what I was worried about too. That if it would have been in the middle, when you get a heavy windstorm, that's the weak point. Even if I bend it back, that could be a weak point, and it could bend again, and it could really snap. In that case, it's not going to be the case. It's toward the back. So for the first antenna, the one that's okay, I probably don't need to put a metal bracket to reinforce it. For the other one that's really more damage, I may have to put a metal bracket, even if I bend it straight or whatever, because I want to reinforce it so that way it's not a weak point for high winds. Because you know high winds will expose the weakness. If it's slightly bended and you get a high wind, what it's going to do is going to bend it more, right? So that's the only thing about that. Is the high wind that's going to expose any bends is going to bend them more. So that's the only thing. Yeah, no. This one, the U-bolt, is go to the side of the pole. So the pole is going to be through here. Look, the pole is going to be this way. And then the mount, the boom, is going to go through here. Through this one, the boom. And then here you can adjust it. You can put the boom to level. The middle's to level right here. Sorry. That's to level the boom right there. You know, you could tilt the boom and all that. So the boom is going to go on the side. So the antenna is going to be on the side of the mount, not on top. It's on the side. Most mounts, by the way, most mounts for Yagis, in fact, I don't know if any Yagi that goes over the top, is side mount. It's side mount. All right, you got the timestamp. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for the timestamp. I was going to do that. All right, so there you go, James. Thank you, RT08. You're the best, bro. I got amazing people right here. There you go, 3823. And there you go. And this AAC 61 KN7VC monitoring. Thank you, bro. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the last.
Liner.
Back to Dr. Sky. Sorry about
A little bit rough way that was handled. And I'm not sure Greenland, the whole business about and a little bit too much bluster about trying to take possession of Greenland. Sometimes he goes a little bit overboard. He's learned to be better, not be quite so caustic and confrontational that he was in his first term, but sometimes his ego kind of rubs some people the wrong way, and sometimes they're opposed to him for that reason, even though he's been enormously successful with the real issues of his administration.
Let's talk a little bit about you before the hard break in just a few minutes here at the bottom of the hour. It's still 1-800-848-9222. Please come in and join the conversation in our Theater of the Mind here. But of course, I'm saluting you and all the members of the military. You were a decorated combat infantry officer in Vietnam in the 1st Air Cavalry. I want to read something from your book, and it's a salute to all the veterans. This book is dedicated to the men and women that you served with in Vietnam who did not come home. Except by the grace of God, my name, meaning your name, would be listed with theirs on the memorial wall. That's a powerful thing, my friend, and I wanted to get that out because, again, it's about truth, justice, and the American way. And more importantly, what could be more important than that? Repeating it. Truth, justice, and the American way. What say you, sir?
Yes, I did a lot of prayer in Vietnam. I was a young lieutenant who had never commanded troops before except guard duty. And there I was with 46 men in the most stressful time of my life. And I would pray every night that we made it through. Noble young man, I said, somebody has to die. Let it be me, but let's all make it through. And the prayers were answered. I was very fortunate. None of my men were killed. None of them were seriously injured. The other platoons lost people. So there's an old saying that there's no atheist in a foxhole, and I was agnostic when I went to Vietnam. I was under the extreme pressure of combat. I found my faith. I was praying every night that we made it. And some people say God may have saved me for something. Maybe saved me to write the book, maybe appear in your show tonight.
I appreciate you, sir. And I salute your service and all those that endured this part of American history and all our men and women that served our nation. It's time now, ladies and gentlemen, for our Theater of the Mind, that we now take an intermission here on this powerhouse, Talk Radio 77 WABC with the Dr. Sky Experience. More with you, ladies and gentlemen, your questions and comments, and more with our special guest, Jared Knott. His book number 2, Tiny Blunders, Big Disasters, The Many Tiny Mistakes That Changed the World Forever. We will be right back.
Now, the latest.
All right, here you go. I mean, one more. 1:30. What is it? It's probably gonna be one of the last breaks before the end of the show. Yeah. So anyway, KN7 BEC monitoring. Thank you, and welcome to the live stream. And hope you're having a wonderful. Well, good morning to you now here in the East Coast. I'm looking in Yonkers, New York, USA. We're listening to Dr. Sky Show. Yeah, James, I'll probably put some lock washers on there. But right now I'm good. Because the bended part of the boom on the yagi is toward the rear. It's actually between the last element. It's a 4-element yagi, right? So you got 2 elements. You got the 2 what they call directors. Then you got the dipole, right? The dipole, the folded dipole. That's the what do they call that? What is it? No. Directors. Yeah, the driven element, whatever the element, the driven element. So from there to the final one, the one in the back is called the reflector. There's one more one. That's where the bend is at. So it's toward the rear of the yagi. So I'm good. I'm good with that. So of course this moun's gonna go. So this moun's gonna go between this moun's gonna go in the middle. So it's 4 elements. So it's gonna go in front of the dipole to the second element. The second element, the driver, is gonna be in between this. So I'm good. So I'm good. That part is okay. That part is okay. I'm good. So even the damaged one, same thing. It happened in the same spot. So, I don't know what's going on with that company. They probably stacked some stuff on top of it, and they just. But anyway, so I'm good. I'm good no matter what. I'm good. I'm gonna fix them both. You'll see, and then they're gonna be up there when the weather gets warm, and I'm gonna do some FNDXing with them. All right, back to Dr. Sky.
And I think that Steve Cates' message that you should refuse to be a victim is the best message that one could possibly have in society today, because there are people who want to make you a victim, and we need to educate ourselves about them and stand up. And that's what this show does.
Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. An often said quote, as I say here on the radio, by George Santayana. 32 minutes after the hour, we continue at the top of hour number 2 with our special guest talking about the mystery of history, Jared Knott, author of Tiny Blunders, Big Disasters, the many tiny mistakes that changed the world forever. This is interesting. I appreciate you, Jared. Let's go to the callers right now. You're lighting up the phone lines. We welcome Anthony in Long Island. Good morning. You're on with our special guest, Jared Knott. How are you doing this morning?
Hi, thank you so very much for such interesting discussions you have. I greatly appreciate it. Francis Richard Connolly had written a book called Everything Was a Rich Man's Trick, and he kind of connected a lot of dots in an abridged version. There's even a documentary, like a film that he done where he narrates this convoluted conspiracy throughout history where everything comes back to these very powerful families that seem to rule over the White House to this very day. And I just wondered if your guests could comment on that documentary as it relates to Eisenhower's veiled warning on his departure from politics. The beware the military-industrial complex. And when you see where we find ourselves today, 9/11, I mean, there was a lot of peculiarities that occurred on 9/11 where you say to yourself, it's almost as though we're being led in a direction. I'll leave it there, but I would ask what you could say about Francis Richard Connolly's perspective.
Well, Jared, we get a lot of great callers like Anthony, and your comment on this, I think it's pretty deep and good.
Yes. Now, there was kind of a connection. I think there was at least partially true between the Saudis and the Bush family. They were given some privileges in terms of being able to leave the country, et cetera, like that. So there was a connection there. Also, when that subject comes up, I think back to the Kennedys in the 1960 election, in connection with Sam Giancana, and of course, what was happening there with the election being stolen. And of course, in Texas, there were cases where Lyndon Johnson, of course, in some cases, there were more votes being recorded in a precinct than there were voters in the precinct. There's a lot underneath the surface, a lot of powerful things happening, whether it's Lyndon Johnson, whether it's the mafia, whether it's powerful families. There's an awful lot going on. I don't think of there being one single big family conspiracy or one single cabal running things, but there are many colliding cabals and colliding people of powerful influence. Of course, you have George Soros with his manipulation on one side. Trump himself, of course, a billionaire, very successful billionaire with many connections, is himself a huge force. And I think he has done a lot to cut through the swamp. He was sort of an outsider that came in and upset things. So I don't see the current administration being manipulated at all. I think he's a grand manipulator himself. But there was also, stepping aside to kind of false accusations, which is not what the caller is directly referring to, but there was also something called the Protocols of Zion. And there was an allegation out there that the Jews had put together this massive conspiracy and was manipulating history, manipulating leaders, and so on and so forth, which was largely phony propaganda. But there are some echoes of truth to the idea that there's a lot of influences taking place, whether it's the Rothschilds or whether it's other powerful people are pulling strings here. Money itself, of course, can be a powerful influence. But I see it more as a colliding of many different powerful interests out there, rather than one central controlling cabal.
Well, thank you, Anthony, in Long Island. I wish time permitted, but let's continue with the callers as we move through time and space. Let's say good morning to Max in Manhattan. Max, say hi to Jared Knott. How are you?
Yes, hello, Dr. Sky and Jared.
This reminds the theme of your book reminds me of a story where John Wooden, the famous basketball coach at UCLA, sat down with his new team in the locker room, and he wanted to show them how to put on a sock. And one of the teammates said, "What are you, nuts? We're here to play basketball. What are you doing showing us how to put on a sock for?" And he said to him, "When you don't know how to put on your sock properly, you end up getting blisters on your feet, and you have pain in your feet. So when you're playing the game, you have 50% of the focus on your foot and the other 50% on the game or trying to make a basket. You do this a couple of games, you lose the championship. When we lose the championship, then I have to cut you from the team."
Wow. Yeah, a blister could cause a loss for a team, and it's really good advice. Jared, pretty cool stuff, huh?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And you go back to here in Atlanta when you have the Atlanta Falcons, and which did not have a good year, but they won the last 4 games. And if they had just won one more game, they would have made the playoffs. Okay, and then they lost 1 or 2 of the games, I think, by a field goal that didn't quite make it, or hit the goal post and didn't quite go into the right side of the goal post. Just 1 kick. Okay, and we would have been in the playoffs. Or 1 or 2 kicks, or 1 or 2 of the playoffs. So over and over again, you find examples of one little tiny thing that dominoes into something else. It's the butterfly effect in history. That's a story by itself, but that's what happens over and over again in basketball, in football, in politics, in wearing makeup for the debate, and other mistakes over and over again.
It's amazing. And, excuse me, Max, you got the last word. If you're still with us, go ahead. I thought this was a fascinating conversation between both of you.
Dr. Scott, you bring on some very good guests and good writers. Please keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate your confidence, and I appreciate the listeners out there. 1-800-848-9222. Here's what I'm going to do. When we go to the next break, I want to ask you this, because I study astronomy as part of one of the major subjects here from my own background. But one of the questions that I don't want you to answer, if you don't mind so far, is something regarding the Great Chicago Fire. And we'll get into that later on in the conversation, because I always do this, and people are texting me and emailing me saying, hey, we want to hear something about the sky. And that's what we do. We give information about what you can see. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And then it leads up, and we come back from the break. We'll jump into that particular question. It's fascinating, your hypothesis. So, folks, if you're looking around the night sky as we move right into February, don't forget, on the 1st of February, we find the beautiful cold full moon, or the full cold moon, to be more precise. But if you have clear skies right now, we're in the dark areas, which, of course, we're all over the world, the moon is reaching that full phase. So just to the right of it is the incredible planet Jupiter. They're in a conjunction right now. So if you're looking up and wondering, is that some kind of UFO hovering near the moon? It's the giant planet Jupiter. And don't forget, folks, from space sciences, this is shifting the gears a little bit here, of course, Jared, just for a moment. We're finding out that many people are now interested in the Artemis II launch. That is the SLS rocket, 322 feet tall. It's going to be heading with their 4 crew members to a journey like Apollo 8 back in 1968. It's headed to the moon. And this is an amazing adventure, because it's going to take them on a 10-day journey. And if all goes well, can you imagine being in this improved but yet tiny spam can, a little more electronic sophisticated than before? It could launch as early as maybe February 6th, maybe through the 9th. Then it could go, if they don't have the right window or the weather, maybe all the way up until March 11th. But they'll be going some 4,000 miles above the moon and slinging around the back edge of the moon, only so that they can use the speed of that whip around the moon to come back. But when they come back toward the Earth's atmosphere, they'll be traveling faster than any humans have, 25,000 miles per hour. Wow. No car, no motorcycle, no airplane that I've ever been in ever flew that fast. Wow. And they had earlier concerns about the heat shield from Artemis I, so hopefully, on a positive note, the astronauts do this. It's a dry run for Artemis III, which eventually, maybe in the next few years, will land Americans and other nationals on the surface of the moon. Fascinating stuff. So sorry to take away from that. I always like to give people the little sky update. But this is fascinating, Jared. So many of these questions that people can go to with your quiz, and give the website out again so people can get in touch with you and check more about this. There's so many things here to learn.
Yes, it's a Tiny Blunders TinyBlundersBigDisasters.com, TinyBlundersBigDisasters.com. We have 3 Instagram reels there. We have the John Wayne reel. We have the Elon Musk reel. We have the Watergate reel. And it's a fun place to visit. It's sort of like a cavalcade for history buffs.
That's amazing. And how can they get these books? I mean, obviously, wherever good books are sold, wherever you purchase your books, whether they're regular, brick and mortar stores, or of course on places like Amazon. Any other way that they can get this, or is there a audio book for these, or who knows? Tell us more.
Yes, there is an audio book, which a lot of people like. I think it's very well done. You can buy it, of course, going to Barnes & Noble. That way, most people go through Amazon. You go to my website, TinyBlundersBigDisasters.com, and you can click on Buy Now for book 1 or for book 2, and that takes you back to Amazon, and you purchase it that way. You can purchase it electronically. It's a full color electronically, or you can get the paperback, either one. And it should be a fun time. Well, I think I'll take pride in the fact that it's a fun, interesting kind of thing. With one adventure after another, one chapter after another. And when we get a chance, I'll tell you about the. I think you brought up the Chicago fire, and we have the case there of that. What I call it the case of the slandered cow. Regarding the.
Stay tuned, folks, because this story is incredible. And I just met, Jared, a gentleman who told me when I brought up the story that we're going to talk about, we're doing now, the Great Chicago Fire. He said, I have a story, and his quick story before the clock runs out here, before the break. He's telling me that his great-great-grandfather, or somebody before that, lived in that area and experienced the entire, Great Chicago Fire. And I said, tell me about it. And he said, if it wasn't for something that happened there, that man never would have met his future wife, due to the fact that if the fire didn't happen, things like that wouldn't have happened at all. So he had a story, and you have great stories here in your book, Tiny Blunders, Big Disasters, Book 2. Don't forget about Book 1, The Many Tiny Mistakes That Changed the World Forever. It's intermission time, ladies and gentlemen, on the Dr. Sky Experience. We'll be right back. Don't get out of your chair. And, of course, in the intermission of old days in Theater of the Mind, we go to the snack bar. We'll be right back.
This is John Katzenberg.
All right. RT0, it seems that James Farley was about 54, 40. Well, what I remember is the UTC time that I'm looking at the clock here. He was around 0540-ish. So 0540-ish. I'm going to look at that first when I fast forward. When I fast forward the, I'm going to look at this time. Because I remember it was about 05. I think when he was done, it was around 053. 0553 UTC. I think that's when he was done, I think. So 0540-ish. I'm going to look at that. The overall live stream is long. Right now, I'm approaching, I'm 4 hours and 10 minutes. Once I find it, I'm going to put it in the description. I will put the exact timestamp on the description. So anybody watching, they can just click on it, and it'll be right there. But I have to wait till the live stream is over. It's going to take time to, whatever,
Oh, that's crazy, right? Well, they have to tell you why.
What is it? Render, and then I'll do the timestamp. It might take all, tomorrow afternoon. I'll have the exact timestamp. And then from there, because I have to render all of that. And then I'm going to try to get a clip. I'm going to try to do a short video from that clip. Now I have to tell YouTube, you clip is short or whatever. Or I'm going to have to download the whole... Or I'm gonna have to download the whole thing and then edit it here, and then I'll upload it. So I could do either one. It's gonna take me a day or two. But I'll put the timestamp at least so you guys can see it.
77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
Hi, this is Larry Dunn. Original keyboardist and musical director from that great musical sensation, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Always remember to keep your eyes to the skies with my friend, Dr. Sky. on the Dr. Sky Show.
The past has its own terrible inevitability, but it's never too late to change the future. A quote from author Heather Cox Richardson. 47 minutes after the hour, we continue here to the top of hour 2. Jared Knott is our guest. Welcome back. Let's talk a little bit more in the time allowed with the question here. What the heck happened, in your opinion, that we don't know about, or maybe some other theory of what might have caused the Great Chicago Fire?
Yes, that's a very interesting situation. Now, it was just a small little barn fire in the beginning, and if the fire department got there in time, they could have put it out very easily. Those fires were common, not that big a challenge, but they were sent the wrong address, and they went to the wrong address. It later, about 20, 30 minutes, getting to the correct location, and by that time the fire was out of control. And spread and spread and spread. And of course, the fire codes and standards were very weak back then. A lot of dangerous buildings were being built, and it just spread through the entire city. And of course, burned. I think it was a rainstorm there at the end. It got burned even more. But the fire may have been caused by visitors from outer space. Okay, what am I talking about? Okay, sure enough. But I mean, back tell you that other kind of tragic part of the story. Another part of the tragic events that just before he died, there was a reporter that admitted that the story about the O'Leary's cow kicking over a lantern and starting the fire, he made up out of whole cloth. They didn't know what started the fire. They didn't have much evidence there, but they just made up the entire story, blamed the Daisy, that was the name they gave it. The cow not even made up in a real name. For out there, the lantern kicked over the straw, started the fire, the fire and so on and so forth. Completely false. Completely false. Well, the O'Leary family had to go through this horrible, horrible character assassination that ruined their lives. And at 1890 or something like that, a resolution was passed by the city council saying that absolutely false. They were blameless. The story wasn't true. But that didn't stop it. In a movie made, I think it was Tyrone Power, 1938, about the Great Chicago Fire, they have Daisy kicking over the lantern. The legend goes on, and most people think that's what happened. And the old song, the cow kicked over, they heard the lantern and said, with a wink in her eye, it'll be a hot time in the old town tonight, blah, 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 the whole thing. Totally false. Well, then what did cause the fire? Well, no one knows for sure. But one thing that's very, very interesting, in that part of the world, there was like 3 or 4 major fires happening on that exact same night. There was a fire even bigger in a town to the north of Chicago, but it was not as famous a town, so you didn't hear as much about it. But it was quite a coincidence. I think it's 3 or possibly even 4 major fires right there in that part of the world that very same night. Well, they think it may have been the meteors falling from the sky.
You said it. It's amazing, Jared. And not to cut you short here, I studied this from the astronomical side. Allegedly, just to add to what you're saying, which is great content, the theory goes on that a piece of Biela's comet, this is a comet that disintegrated. Astronomers see it in its disintegration, broke up into many pieces. So that story goes, if you backtrack the orbit of Biela's comet, these fireballs were seen, I'm looking at the date, between October 8th and the 10th of 1871, leading a lot of credence to the fact that it may not have been the cow in O'Leary's barn that knocked over the lantern. That's fascinating. It hasn't been proven, but your hypothesis there, or speculation, has maybe some deep-rooted feet or legs on this. Fascinating story, I think. It is amazing.
Yes. I mean, strange coincidence. 4 major fires all in one night, all in one same part of the world. That raises a serious probability of something like that.
And there's your alleged visitor from outer space. That's not a human or an extraterrestrial. Let's continue with the callers, if we can do that. Let's say good morning to Eddie in Babylon. He's been patient. You're on with author Jared Knott. How are you this morning?
Dr. Scott, if your show is 4 hours, I'd be very patiently listening to it, believe me.
Well, thank you. It's nice kindness to hear. You should see some of the write-ups we get off of the Facebook page. People are telling me they don't want to hear this anymore. What the heck's going on? I don't get it. But go ahead, sir.
Maybe they're losing their auditory ability to hear. I don't know.
Who knows? Hey, they're entitled to their opinion, but hey, right. Go ahead.
Time for a Miracle Air commercial. I bless you two, you're great gentlemen. And I have 2 penicillin stories, and then thank you. One, I've been in the medical field for 40 years in nuclear medicine, so I'm always interested in solving things and doing. And I go and I love blue cheese. I get this big chunk of blue cheese from Stu Leonard's, a wonderful store, a great variety. And I'm reading the back of it, and one of the ingredients, it says Roquefort penicillin. So I said, that's the mold in the blue cheese? One night I'm starting to get a sore throat, and I still have a nice piece of this blue cheese, and I eat it. Slowly, I coat my throat with it. I don't know the period of time, but I can say I woke up in the morning and I was cured of the sore throat, which I always go to my refrigerator now instead of a doctor for a prescription. And another thing about the penicillin, I know at the time that you said they found it, the Petri dish and all, and so it wasn't a strong strain, and somehow they found out the green mold on oranges is penicillin. And that was stronger. They started scraping that off and using it. I think, medically wise, didn't develop more. I'd like to thank my friend John for giving me the heads up about this show, and say he does have the #1 radio station in the nation, 77 WABC, gentlemen. Now, what do you have to say?
Hey, you're awesome, but Eddie, I got a lighter note to share before Jared responds. I got some bread on my kitchen counter, and I just bought it. And all of a sudden, gentlemen, I'm getting this green stuff growing on there. Is that, gentlemen, penicillin, or who knows?
Yes, yes it is. Yes, it is. Wow. Part of it is, John raised a very good point. The original penicillin that Fleming found was not all that productive, and there was a lady there who went out shopping, and she was connected with the research that was being done, and farther on down the line, and she came back with this cantaloupe that was just covered with this green mold. And there was a different variety of penicillin mold that was 200 times more productive than the original. That was an important breakthrough. Also, they were able to do things with an X-ray process to refine the production, and they were able to produce 1,000 times as much penicillin mold than the original mold would have produced. And also, they went into a submersion kind of a system with these big pharmaceutical companies, and massive production was possible. And that was early in 1942, just in time to save many, many lives in World War II. But it was a good stopper, was part of the whole process.
Eddie, thank you for your comments, and you get the last word. We got about 2 or 3 minutes, and then we got to say thank you and move on through time and space. Please continue if you're with us. Okay, I think he's gone. Well, you know something? This is amazing, this story. We could go on for, like he said, for 4 hours, because your information is what rocks here, and all of the other great special guests that we get. Have a guest idea, ladies and gentlemen? Send me an email, and not a guarantee that we'll get every single one of them. You, of course, go to DRSKY at WABCRadio.com. Let's see if we can get one more caller in there. I think we have John in Tennessee. Good morning to you down in Tennessee. How are you, sir?
Dr. Sky, thanks for being at the eclipse in Texas. This is a story I want to know if your guest knows anything about it. In 1892, on the Great Lakes, 2 vessels go down because the engineers on the Great Lakes determined that it was the way that the metal was made for these early metal-hulled 300-foot vessels. As you know, J.P. Morgan got the Titanic made for the White Star Line in the cheapest place in the world, in Scotland, because of the number of lifeboats that we required. The Titanic in 1909 was being built with the same technique that was outlawed on the Great Lakes in 1892, 20 years earlier, and should never have been built. They built the same way in 1909. Have you heard anything about that?
Wow, John, that's powerful.
Yes, it was not well built. The rivets were put in such a way that it was not the best way to hold of course, the plates together. Now, backing up on the Titanic story, is that when they were changing officers, second officers, just before the voyage, the new second officer did not get the key from the second officer, the key to the locker and that held the binoculars. They called them the glasses. And so when it came time for the people up in the crow's nest to be up there looking for icebergs on the open Atlantic at night, and the particular iceberg that hit the Titanic was a black iceberg. It was not easy to see to begin with, but they had to do it with the naked eye and did not have the binoculars. And when the gentleman survived, in the investigations that were taking place in New York afterwards, they were asking how much difference would that have made. Well, we were able to see the iceberg much sooner with the binoculars. How much sooner? Well, plenty of time to have gotten out of the way. So they would have been turned to port, turned to the left, turned to the port. They would have missed the iceberg altogether if the key had been passed on correctly from one officer to the next, and they'd unlocked the locker and got the glasses out to be able to do their job properly. A tiny blunder and a big disaster.
Jared, thank you. The clock runs out. John in Tennessee, thank you so much for bringing these points to the table here. Always great information from our guests. Give your website out again before the clock runs out so we can, of course, have people go there and learn so much more.
Yes, Tiny Blunders, BigDisasters.com. TinyBlundersBigDisasters.com. It's a fun place to visit, especially if you're a history buff or even if you're not. And my favorite, part of it is the John Wayne reel. That was a lot of fun, and also the fun quiz is fun as well. We have 4 free chapters there.
Thank you. I hope we do this again, and I'm sure we will. You have a good morning, and thanks for staying up with us early into the morning as we move almost into February. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast tomorrow, Saturday night to 2 a.m. Sunday, this particular last Saturday of every month is a rebroadcast because my duties take me as MC on a dinner cruise in an Arizona lake called the Dolly Steamboat. If you're ever out in Arizona and want to see the wonders of the darkness of the night sky, go to dollysteamboat.com. I think you'll be impressed. Most of the people who are there get an incredible gourmet meal, and they get some laser show that I put on and point out the deep dark of the nighttime sky. And wishing everybody the best for health and happiness, we now pass the torch of conversation to TJ McCormick for the other side of midnight as he moves on as we continue this particular planet, moving around the little star we call the sun. We, ladies and gentlemen, have lots to be grateful for. And thank you to all the birthday wishes that people have sent me via Facebook and also on our website and also at my email, drspy@wabcradio.com. Thanks to Tony and Bill, and we'll see you next week with great guests here on the Dr. Sky Experience, Theater of the Mind, as we like to call it. And now we go to an intermission until next time we meet.
All right, there you go. Dr. Sky. Well, he's not gonna be. It's gonna be rebroadcast tomorrow. You just heard him. I think he's located in New Mexico. New Mexico, I believe. I think that's where he lives, at New Mexico. So anyway, everybody, thank you for watching. Been out for 4 hours and 25 minutes. When it renders, I will locate and try to do a short on YouTube. This is where you can do it on the YouTube Studio. If I don't have success on there, I may have to download the whole live stream and I'll do it locally. But that's going to take a little bit of time. So bear with me in that if that happens. And like I said, thank you everybody for watching. I will be back hopefully tomorrow. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, maybe tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow, whatever. Like I said, by the way, tomorrow's broadcast is going to be tomorrow's Dr. Sky is a rebroadcast. So maybe I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I'm gonna stay up for another hour or so, and then we'll see. Like I said, I come in here whenever. But I had a nice stream today. I did the unboxing of the FM Yagi. Unfortunately, it was damaged again. And then, of course, Dr. Sky. So it was a nice long stream. So thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a great weekend. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye, and thank you everybody for watching.